Section 64 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Books and Civilization in America, by Rufus Choate. Rufus Choate, 1799-1859. At the unveiling of a statue of Rufus Choate in Boston, his kinsman and former pupil, Joseph H. Choate, said, quote, "Many of his characteristic utterances have become proverbial, and the flashing of his wit, the play of his fancy, and the gorgeous pictures of his imagination are the constant themes of reminiscence wherever American lawyers assemble for social converse. His arguments, so far as they have been preserved, are textbooks in the profession. His splendid and blazing intellect, fed and enriched by constant study of the best thoughts of the great minds of the race, his all-persuasive eloquence, his teeming and radiant imagination, whisking his hearers along with it and sometimes overpowering himself, his brilliant and sportive fancy lighting up the most arid subjects with the glow of sunrise, his prodigious and never-failing memory, and his playful wit always bursting forth with irresistible impulse, have been the subjects of scores of essays and criticisms, all struggling with the vain effort to describe and to crystallize the magical charm of his speech and his influence." End quote. Evidently he modeled his eloquence on that of Burke, of whom he wrote in a letter to Charles Sumner, quote, "Mind that Burke is the fourth Englishman, Shakespeare, Bacon, Milton, Burke." And then, with a characteristic outburst of playful exaggeration, he added, "Out of Burke may be cut 50 Macintoshes, 175 Macaulays, 40 Jeffreys, and 250 Sir Robert Peels, and leave him greater than Pitt and Fox together." Rufus Choate was born in Essex, Massachusetts, October 1st, 1799. Graduated from Dartmouth in 1819, admitted to the bar in 1823, elected to Congress in 1830. Re-elected in 1832, he resigned before the end of his term in 1834. While always ready to take an active part in public affairs and to speak his mind freely, he shunned political promotion, and it was probably his desire to support his friend Daniel Webster that induced him to take Webster's place in the Senate from 1841 to 1845, while the latter was serving as Secretary of State, for he resigned and Webster was re-elected to the Senate in 1845. To the day of his own death, he was a staunch defender of Webster's memory. In 1856, when the newly organized Republican Party was making its first campaign, he protested against the 16-starred flag, then sometimes seen in meetings addressed by orators who openly expressed a desire for the separation of the free from the slave states. Speaking for the remnant of Webster Whigs, he uttered a sentence that rang throughout the Union and has since been heard 1,000 times in every hamlet of the land. Quote, "We join ourselves to no party that does not carry the flag and keep step to the music of the Union." End quote. He died at Halifax, Nova Scotia, July 13, 1859, while on a voyage to Europe for the recovery of his health. In him, Burke had no unworthy pupil. His address of July 3, 1845, before the Cambridge Law School, would give any man a sufficient title to immortality, if he had no other claim upon it. Every paragraph of it shows lifelong habits of incessant intellectual activity. No one can read it and mistake the fact that greatness of mind is the first essential of greatness in oratory. Books and Civilization in America, from a speech on the Smithsonian Institute delivered in the United States Senate. It is easy to waste this money. It is easy to squander it in jobs, salaries, quackeries. It is easy, even under the forms of utility, to disperse and dissipate it in little rills and drops, imperceptible to all human sense, carrying it off by an insensible and ineffectual evaporation. But, sir, I take it that we all earnestly desire, I'm sure the senator from Ohio does desire, so to dispense it as to make it tell. I am sure we all desire to see it, instead of being carried off invisibly and wastefully, embody itself as an exponent of civilization, permanent, palpable, conspicuous, useful. And to this end it has seemed to me upon the most mature reflection that we cannot do a safer, surer, more unexceptional thing with the income, or with a portion of the income, perhaps $20,000 a year for a few years, than to expend it in accumulating a great and noble public library, one which for variety, extent, and wealth shall be, and be confessed to be, equal to any now in the world. I say for a few years. $20,000 a year for 25 years are $500,000, and $500,000 discreetly expended, not by a bibliomaniac, but by a man of sense and reading, thoroughly instructed in bibliography, would go far, very far, towards the purchase of a nearly as good a library as Europe can boast. I mean a library of printed books as distinct from manuscripts. Of course, such a man would not purchase the number of books which some old libraries are reported to contain. It would not buy the 700,000 of the Royal Library at Paris, the largest in the world, nor the 500,000 or 600,000 of that of Munich, the largest in Germany, nor the 300,000 or 400,000 or 500,000 of those of Vienna and St. Petersburg and the Vatican at Rome and Copenhagen and the Bodleian at Oxford. But mere numbers of volume afford a very imperfect criterion of value. Those old libraries have been so long in collecting, accident and donation, which could not be rejected, have contributed so much to them. A general and indiscriminate system of accumulation gathers up, necessarily, so much trash. There are so many duplicates and quadruplicates and so many books and editions which become superseded that mere bulk and mere original cost must not terrify us. Ponderanter non numeranter. Accordingly, the library of the University of Göttingen, consisting perhaps of 250,000 or 300,000 volumes, but well chosen, selected for the most part within a century, and to a considerable extent by a single great scholar, Heine, is perhaps today as valuable a collection of printed books as any in the world. Towards the accumulation of such a library, the expenditure of 2/3 of this income for a quarter of a century would make, let me say, a magnificent advance. And such a step taken, we should never have the work unfinished. Yet when it should be finished, and your library should rival anything which civilization has ever had to show, there would still be the whole principle of your fund unexpended, yielding its income forever, for new and varying applications for increasing and diffusing knowledge in the world. I hesitate from an apprehension of being accused of entering too far into a kind of dissertation unsuited to this assembly of men of business, to suggest and press one half the considerations which satisfy my mind of the propriety of this mode of expenditure. Nobody can doubt, I think, that it comes within the terms and spirit of the trust. That directs us to, quote, increase and diffuse knowledge among men, end quote. And do not the judgments of all the wise, does not the experience of all enlightened states, does not the whole history of civilization concur to declare that a various and ample library is one of the surest, most constant, most permanent, and most economical instrumentalities to increase and diffuse knowledge? There it would be, durable as liberty, durable as the Union, a vast storehouse, a vast treasury of all the facts that make up the history of man and of nature, so far as that history has been written, of all the truths which the inquiries and experiences of all the races and ages have found out, of all the opinions that have been promulgated, of all the emotions, images, sentiments, examples from all the richest and most instructive literatures, the whole past speaking to the present and the future, a silent yet wise and eloquent teacher, dead yet speaking, not dead. For Milton has told us that a good book is not absolutely a dead thing, the precious life-blood rather of a master spirit, a seasoned life of man embalmed and treasured up on purpose to a life beyond life. Is not that an admirable instrumentality to increase and diffuse knowledge among men? It would place within the reach of our mind, of our thinkers and investigators and scholars, all or the chief intellectual and literary materials and food and instruments now within the reach of the cultivated foreign mind, and the effect would be to increase the amount of individual acquisition and multiply the number of the learned. It would raise the standard of our scholarship, improve our style of investigation, and communicate an impulse to our educated and to the general mind. There is no library now in this country, I suppose, containing over 50,000 volumes. Many there are containing less. But from the nature of the case, all have the same works, so that I do not know that of all the printed books in the world, we have in this country more than 50,000 different works. The consequence has been felt and lamented by all our authors and all our scholars. It has been often said that Gibbon's history could not have been written here for want of books. I suppose that Hallam's Middle Ages and his Introduction to the Literature of Europe could not. Irving's Columbus was written in Spain. Wheaton's Northman prepared to be written in Copenhagen. See how this inadequate supply operates? An American mind kindles with a subject. It enters on an investigation with a spirit and with an ability worthy of the most splendid achievement, goes a little way, finds that a dozen books, one book perhaps, are indispensable, which cannot be found on this side of Göttingen or Oxford. It tires of the pursuit, or abandons it altogether, or substitutes some shallow conjecture for a deep and accurate research, and there is the end. Now there are many among us, and every day we shall have more, who would feelingly adopt this language. Place within their reach the helps that guide the genius and labors of Germany and England and let the genius and labors of Germany and England look to themselves. Our learned men would grow more learned and more able, our studies deeper and wider, our mind itself exercised and sharpened, the whole culture of the community raised and enriched. This is, indeed, to increase and diffuse knowledge among men. If the terms of the trust then authorize this expenditure, why not make it? Not among the principal, nor yet the least of reasons for doing so is that after all the while you are laying out your money, and when you have laid it out, you have the money's worth, the value received, the property purchased, on hand, to show for itself and to speak for itself. Suppose the professors provided for in the bill should gather a little circle of pupils, each of whom should carry off with him some small quotient of navigation or horticulture or rural economy, and the fund should thus glide away and evaporate in such insensible, inappreciable appropriations, and how little there would be to testify of it. Whereas here, all the while are the books. Here is the value. Here is the visible property. Here is the oil, and here is the light. There is something to point to if you should be asked to account for it unexpectedly, and something to point to if a traveler should taunt you with the collections which he has seen abroad, and which gild and recommend the absolutions of Vienna or St. Petersburg. Another reason, not of the strongest to be sure, for this mode of expenditure, is that it creates so few jobs and sinecures of little salaried laziness. There is no room for abuses in it. All that you need is a plain, spacious, fireproof building, a librarian and assistants, an agent to buy your books, and a fire to sit by. For all the rest, he who wants to read goes and administers to himself. It is an application of money that almost excludes the chances of abuse altogether. But the decisive argument is, after all, that it is an application the most exactly adapted to the actual literary and scientific wants of the states and the country. I have said that another college is not needed here, because there are enough now, and another might do harm as much as good. But that which is wanted for every college, for the whole country, for every studious person, is a well-chosen library, somewhere among us, of 300,000 or 400,000 books. Where is such a one to be collected? How is it to be done? Who is it to do it? Of the 150 colleges, more or less, distributed over the country, one has a library of perhaps 50,000 volumes. Others have good ones, though less. Others smaller and smaller, down to scarcely anything. With one voice they unite, teacher and pupil, with every scholar and thinker, in proclaiming the want of more. But where are they to come from? No state is likely to lay a tax to create a college library or a city library. No deathbed gift of the rich can be expected to do it. How, then, is this one grand want of learning to be relieved? It can be done by you, and you only. By a providential occurrence, it is not only placed within your constitutional power, but it has become your duty. You have pledged your faith. You have engaged to the dead and living that, without the charge of $1 on the people, you will meet the universal and urgent demand by the precise and adequate supply. By such a library as you can collect here, something will be done, much will be done, to help every college, every school, every studious man, every writer and thinker in the country to just what is wanted most. Inquirers after truth may come here and search for it. It will do them no harm at all to pass a few studious weeks among these scenes. Having pushed their investigations as far as they may at home, and ascertained just what and how much more of helps they require, let them come hither and find it. Let them replenish themselves, and then go back and make distribution among the people. Let it be so that, quote, hither as to their foundations other stars repairing, in their golden urns draw light, end quote. I have no objection at all. I should rejoice, rather, to see the literary representatives of an instructed people come hither, not merely for the larger legislation and jurisprudence, but for the rarer and higher knowledge. I am quite willing, not only that our Amphictyonic council should sit here, but that it should find itself among such scenes and influences as surrounded that old renowned assembly, the fountain of purer waters than those of Castalia, the temple and the oracle of our Apollo. It will do good to have your educated men come to Washington for what has hitherto cost voyages to Germany. They will be of all parts of the country. They will become acquainted with each other. They will contract friendships and mutual regards. They will go away not only better scholars, but better unionists. Someone has said that a great library molds all minds into one republic. It might, in a sense of which he little dreamed, help keep ours together. I've intimated, Mr. President, a doubt whether a college or a university of any description, even the highest, should be at present established here. But let it be considered by the enlightened friends of that object, if such there are, that even if your single purpose were to create such a university, you could possibly begin in no way so judiciously as by collecting a great library. Useful in other modes which I have indicated, to a university it is everything. It is as needful as the soul to the body. While you are doubting then what to do, what you will have, you can do nothing so properly as to begin to be accumulating the books which you will require on whatever permanent plan of application you at last determine. I do not expect to hear it said in this assembly that this expenditure for a library will benefit a few only, not the mass, that it is exclusive, and the nature of monopoly. It is to be remembered that this fund is a gift, that we take it just as it is given, and that by its terms it must be dispersed here. Any possible administration of it, therefore, is exposed to the cavil that all cannot directly and literally and equally partake of it. How many and of what classes of youth from Louisiana or Illinois or New England, for example, can attend the lectures of your professor of astronomy? But I say it is a positive and important argument for the mode of application which I urge, that it is so diffusive. Think of the large absolute numbers of those who, in the succession of years, will come and partake directly of these stores, truth and knowledge. Think of the numbers without number who, through them, who by them indirectly, will partake of the same stores. Studious men will come to learn to speak and write to and for the growing millions of a generally educated community. They will learn that they may communicate. They cannot hoard if they would, and they would not if they could. They take in trust to distribute. And every motive of ambition, of interest, of duty, will compel them to distribute. They buy in gross, to sell by retail. The lights which they kindle here will not be set under a bushel, but will burn on 1,000 hills. No, sir, a rich and public library is no anti-republican monopoly. Who is the old Egyptian king who inscribed on his library the words, "the dispensary of the soul"? You might quite as well inscribe on it, "armory and light and fountain of liberty. It may possibly be inquired what account I make of the Library of Congress. I answer that I think it already quite good and improving, but its existence constitutes no sort of argument against the formation of such an one as I recommend. In the theory of it, that library is merely to furnish Congress and the government with the means of doing their official business. In its theory, it must be, in some sort, a professional library, and the expenditure we now make, $5,000 in a year, or, as last year, $2,500, can never carry it up to the rank and enable it to fulfill the functions of a truly great and general public library of science, literature, and art. The value of books which could be added under the appropriations of the last year cannot greatly exceed $2,100. Doubtless, however, in the course of forming the two, it would be expedient and inevitable to procure to a great extent different books for each. I do not think, Mr. President, that I am more inclined than another to covet enviously anything which the older civilization of Europe possesses, which we do not. I do not suppose that I desire any more than you, or than any of you, to introduce here those vast inequalities of fortune, that elaborate luxury, that fantastic and extreme refinement. But I acknowledge a pang of envy and grief that there should be one drop or one morsel more of the bread of intellectual life tasted by the European than by the American mind. Why should not the soul of this country eat as good food and as much of it as the soul of Europe? Why should a German or an Englishman sit down to a repast of 500,000 books, and an American scholar who loves truth as well as he be put on something less than half allowance? Can we not trust ourselves with so much of so good a thing? Will our digestion be impaired by it? Are we afraid that the stimulated and fervid faculties of this young nation will be oppressed and overlaid? Because we have liberty which other nations have not, shall we reject the knowledge which they have and which we have not? Or will you not rather say that because we are free, therefore will we add to our freedom that deep learning, that diffused culture, which are its grace and its defense? End of section 64. Think of the large absolute numbers of those who, in the succession of years, will come and partake directly of these stores of knowledge and truth. Section 65 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The Necessity of Compromises in American Politics, by Rufus Choate. On Friday, July 2, 1841, the Senate, having under consideration the amendment proposed by Mr. Reeves of Virginia to the Fiscal Bank Bill, Mr. Choate spoke on the necessity for compromises, illustrating the governing theory of the first half-century of national politics. The argument on the bill itself is here omitted. You see, sir, the nature and the effect of the proposed amendment. If it is adopted, instead of arming the corporation with the power of setting up branches all over the states, each possessing and exercising all the functions of a perfect bank, you empower it to do so only with the assent of the states. In the meantime, however, independently of and prior to any such assent, and even against their expressed dissent, if dissent they should happen to express, you empower it by means of agencies distributed throughout the country to perform everywhere all the business which a bank can perform except to discount. That business, the loaning of money on local paper, itself in great measure a local and domestic one, and of inferior policy, it may not perform, but with the consent of the states, within whose limits, for the benefit of whose inhabitants, and side by side with those local banks, it is to be carried on. This is the whole of the amendment. The bill of the committee authorized the bank to engross the local discount business of the states without their consent. The bill, as amended, authorizes it to do all things else which a bank can do, to deal with exchange, to issue a currency of its own notes, and to do all things else without their consent. But this one single power it permits to be exerted only on their application. It simply restores in this important feature the project furnished on our call by the Secretary of the Treasury, and which comes to us as an administrative measure. Now, sir, I do not vote for it from any doubt on the constitutional power of Congress to establish branches all over the states possessing the discounting function directly and adversely against their united dissent. I differ in this particular wholly with the senator who moves the amendment. I have no more doubt of your power to make such a bank and such branches anywhere than of your power to build a post office or a custom house anywhere. This question for me is settled, and settled rightly. I have the honor and happiness to concur on it with all or almost all our greatest names, with our National Judicial Tribunal, and with both the two great original political parties, with Washington, Hamilton, Marshall, Story, Madison, Monroe, Crawford, and with the entire Republican administration and organization of 1816 and 1817. But it does not follow, because we possess this or any other power, that it is wise or needful in a given case to attempt to exert it. We may find ourselves so situated that we cannot do it if we would, for want of the concurrence of other judgments. And therefore a struggle might be as unavailing as it would be mischievous and unseemly. We may find ourselves so situated that we ought not to do it if we could. All things which are lawful are not convenient, are not practicable, are not wise, are not safe, are not kind. A sound and healing discretion, therefore, the moral coercion of irresistible circumstances, may fitly temper and even wholly restrain the exercise of the clearest power ever belonging to human government. Is not this your actual situation? Now I think the people ought not to be made to wait for the relief they have a right to demand. They ought not to be made to suffer while we argue one another out of the recorded and inveterate opinions of our whole lives. I say, therefore, for myself that, anxious to afford them all the relief which they require, regretting that the state of opinion around me puts it out of my power to afford that relief in the form I might prefer, I accommodate myself to my position and make haste to do all that I can by the shortest way that I can. Consider how much better it is to relieve them to some substantial extent by this means at once than not to relieve at all, than not to initiate a system or measure of relief at all, and then go home at the end of this session of Congress, weak and weary, and spend the autumn in trying to persuade them that it was the fault of our own friends that nothing was done. How poor a compensation for wrongs to the people will be the victories over our friends. I am now going to give another reason for my vote, which you may say is scarcely suitable to the dignity of this place, on which I do not mean to dwell for a moment, but which the manliness of senators will excuse my suggesting. And that is, that the adoption of the amendment will not only soonest effect the grand object of public relief, but will preserve the harmony and unity of the ascendant political party. Do not suppose I shall dwell for a moment on such a topic. I owe especially the wakeful and powerful minority by which we are observed here an apology for speaking of it. I address myself to the majority. You acknowledge the importance of united counsels and actions. Subordinately to the larger offices of patriotism, or rather as the mode of fulfilling those offices, you acknowledge your duty to the party of relief and reform. Sir, in the language of the great philosophic orator on whose immortal and universal wisdom the senator from Virginia drew so instructively yesterday, quote, "In the way which men call party, worship we the Constitution of our country." End of quote. Now, without entering in detail on the grounds of my opinion, I think we shall hold that party together longer, we shall do more good, and hinder more evil, we shall effect more relief and more reform, we shall carry out more of our great measures, we shall ensure a longer succession of our great men by adopting than by rejecting the amendment. It was due to frankness and to honor to say so much. Decorum and custom forbid me to say more. See, however, if the keen and vigilant opposition on this floor, who mark their objects and pursue them with the eyes of eagles, do not vote against the amendment in sufficient numbers to defeat it if we divide on it among ourselves. I speak not of motives, and I know nothing of actual intentions, but I reason from the obvious nature of the case, and I believe that if they see that nothing else will, their party tactics will defeat it. For my part, I own that I wish the new administration to have the honor and the felicity of carrying successfully through this its first measure of relief. I wish it to relieve the country and also to preserve itself. I wish to disappoint their prophecies who told us so often during the last canvass that our materials are discordant, that no common principles bind us together, and that our first attempt at a measure of government would dissolve and dissipate us. I will not, if I can help it, have a hand in fulfilling such prophecies. But then, if we would hinder their inevitable fulfillment, remember that we must administer the power we have acquired with the same wise tolerance of the opinions of the widespread members of our party by which we acquired it. If you took up the candidate on one set of tests of political orthodoxy, will you destroy the incumbent by the application of different and stricter tests? And, Mr. President, in a larger view of this matter, is it not in a high degree desirable to make such a charter that, while it secures to the people all that such kind of instrumentality as a bank can secure, we may still in the mode and details of the thing respect the scruples and spare the feelings of those who, just as meritoriously, usefully, and conspicuously as yourselves, are members of our political association, but who differ with you on the question of constitutional power? If I can improve the local currency, diffuse a sound and uniform national one, facilitate, cheapen, and systematize the exchanges, secure the safekeeping and transmission of the public money, promote commerce, and deepen and multiply the springs of a healthy credit by a bank, and can at the same time so do it as to retain the cordial, constant cooperation and prolong the public usefulness of friends who hold a different theory of the Constitution, is it not just so much clear gain? I was struck in listening to the senator from Virginia yesterday with the thought how idle, how senseless it is to spend time in deploring or being peevish about the inveterate constitutional opinions of the community he so ably represents. There the opinions are. What will ye do with them? You cannot change them. You cannot stride over or disregard them. There they are. What will you do with them? Compromise the matter. Adjust it, if you can, in such a sort that they shall neither yield their opinions nor you yield yours. Give to the people all the practical good which a bank can give, and let the constitutional question whether the Congress can make a bank by its own powers or not stand over argument on the last day of the Greek calends, when the disputants may have the world all to themselves to wrangle it out in. Yes, sir, compromise it. Our whole history is but a history of compromises. You have compromised in larger things, do it in less. Do it in this. You've done it for the sake of the Union. Do it for the sake of the party which is doing it for the sake of the Union. You never made one which was received with wider and sincerer joy than this would be.
Do it, then. Do as your fathers did when they came together.
Delegates from the slave states and delegates from the free, representatives of planters, of mechanics, of manufacturers, and the owners of ships, the cool and slow New England men,
and the mercurial children of the sun,
and sat down side by side in the presence of Washington to frame this more perfect union. Administer the Constitution in the temper that created it. Do as you have yourselves done in more than one great crisis of your affairs, when questions of power and of administration have shaken these halls and this whole country, and enlarged and commanding spirit not yet passed away from our councils, assisted you to rule the uproar, and to pour sensible oil on the rising sea. Happy, thrice happy for us all, if the senator from Kentucky would allow himself today to win another victory of reconciliation. Do not say that this is a mere question of power or no power, and that conciliatory adjustment is inapplicable and inadmissible. Do not say that we who believe that the general government may establish a bank with branches in the states possessing the local discount function without their assent, do by voting for this amendment surrender our opinions, or strike out a particle of power from the Constitution. No, sir, we do neither. What we say and do, and all we say and do, is exactly this. We assert that the full power is in the Constitution. There we leave it, unabridged, unimpaired.
We declared that when, in our judgment,
it is expedient to exert it, we will concur in exerting it in its whole measure, ourselves uncommitted, unembarrassed by the forbearance which we now advise and practice. But we say that all power is to be exercised with sound discretion in view of the time and circumstances, that contested constitutional power is preeminently so to be exercised, that it does not follow because we possess a giant's strength, that we are therefore to put it all forth with the blind and undistinguishing impulse of a giant, that in this instance, deferring to temporary and yet embarrassing circumstances, to opinions,
for the sake of harmonious
and permanent administration, for the sake of conciliating and saving friends, for the sake of immediate relief to the vast, various,
and sensitive business issues
of a great people, we do not think it needful or discreet to exercise the whole power over this subject, which we find, assert, and cherish in the Constitution. We content ourselves with declaring that it is there, and that there we mean it shall remain. But perceiving that we can secure to the country all the practical good which it was introduced to secure without resorting to it, perceiving that in the actual condition of things we cannot now exert it if we would, perceiving that we can reconcile opinions, spare feelings, and ensure a general harmony of useful administrative action by abstaining from the use of it, we abstain from the use of it. Thus the senator from Virginia understands this act, and thus do we. No broader,
no other effect can be ascribed to it. If you inspect the bill itself after it shall have received this amendment, you will find that it in truth assumes and asserts the constitutional power of the national legislature to create a corporation which has authority to transact in every one of the states all the business of a bank except that of discounting. So much power it necessarily assumes and asserts. And then, as to the business of making discounts, it neither asserts nor denies that you have the power to authorize it without the assent of the states. It just authorizes the corporation to do it with their assent, and there it leaves the matter.
So much power it necessarily assumes and asserts. And then as to the business of making discounts, it neither asserts nor denies that you have the power to authorize it, without the assent of the states. It just authorizes the corporation to do it with their assent, and there it leaves the matter. Both classes of expounders of the Constitution, certainly that to which I belong, may vote for such a bill without yielding any opinion, or changing in the least the sacred and awful text of the great charter itself. Let me say, sir, that to administer the contested powers of the Constitution is for those of you who believe that they exist at all times a trust of difficulty and delicacy. I do not know that I should not venture to suggest this general direction for the performance of that grave duty. Steadily and strongly assert their existence, do not surrender them, retain them with a provident forecast, for the time may come when you will need to enforce them by the whole moral and physical strength of the Union.
But do not exert them at all so long as you can by other less offensive expedients of wisdom effectually secure to the people all the practical benefits which you believe they were inserted into the Constitution to secure. Thus will the Union last longest and do the most good. To exercise a contested power without necessity on a notion of keeping up the tone of government
is not much better than tyranny, and very improvident, and impolitic tyranny too. It is turning extreme medicine into daily bread. It forgets that the final end of government is not to exert restraint, but to do good. Within this general view of the true mode of administering contested powers, I think the measure we propose is as wise as it is conciliatory. Wise because it is conciliatory. Wise because it reconciles a sound and strong theory of the Constitution with a discreet and kind administration of it. I desire to give the country a bank. Well, here is a mode in which I can do it. Shall I refuse to do it in that mode because I cannot at the same time and by the same operation give a victory over the settled constitutional opinions and show my contempt for the ancient and unappeasable jealousy and prejudices of not far less than half of the American people?
Well, here's a mode in which I can do it. Shall I refuse to do it in that mode because I cannot at the same time and by the same operation gain a victory over the settled constitutional opinions, and show my contempt for the ancient and unappeasable jealousy and prejudices of not far less than half of the American people? Shall I refuse to do it in that mode because I cannot at the same time and by the same operation win a triumph of constitutional law over political associates who agree with me on 9 in 10 of all questions which divide the parties of the country, whose energies and eloquence under many an October and many an August sun have contributed so much to the transcendent reformation which has brought you into power? Shall I refuse to the people their rights until and unless, by the mode of conferring those rights, I can also plant a wound in the side of one who has stood shoulder to shoulder with me in the great civil contest of the last 10 years? Do you really desire that the same cloud of summer which pauses to pour out its treasures long withheld on the parched and dreary land should send down a thunderbolt on the head of a noble and conspicuous friend? Certainly nobody here can cherish such a thought for a moment. There is one consideration more which has had some influence in determining my vote. I confess that I think that a bank established in the manner contemplated by this amendment stands in the actual circumstances of our time a chance to lead a quieter and more secure life, so to speak, than a bank established by the bill. I think it worth our while to try to make what never yet was seen a popular national bank. Judging from the past and the present, from the last years of the last bank, and the manner in which its existence was terminated, from the tone of the debate and of the press, and the general indications of public opinion, I acknowledge an apprehension that such an institution, created by a direct exertion of your power, throwing off its branches without regard to the wishes or wants of the states, as judged of by themselves, and without any attempt to engage their auxiliary cooperation, diminishing the business and reducing the profits of the local banks, and exempted from their burdens, I confess that such an institution may not find so quiet and safe a field of operation as is desirable for usefulness and profit. I do not wish to see it standing like a fortified post on a foreign border, never wholly at peace, always assailed, always belligerent, not falling perhaps, but never safe, the nurse and the prize of implacable hostility. No, sir. Even such an institution, under conceivable circumstances, it might be our duty to establish and maintain in the face of all opposition and to the last gasp. But so much evil attends such a state of things, so much insecurity, so much excitement. It would be exposed to the pelting of such a pitiless storm of the press and of public speech. So many demagogues would get good livings by railing at it. So many honest men would really regard it as unconstitutional and as dangerous to business and to liberty that it is worth an exertion to avoid it. Why, sir, notice has been formally given us by the eloquent senator from Ohio that on the day you grant this charter, he lays a resolution on your table to repeal it. Sir, I desire to see the Bank of the United States become a cherished domestic institution, reposing in the bosom of our law and of our attachments, established by the concurrent action or on the application of the states. Such might be its character. There will be a struggle on the question of admitting the discount power into the states. Much good sense and much nonsense will be spoken and written, but such a struggle will be harmless and brief, and when it is over, all is over. The states which exclude it will hardly exasperate themselves further about it. Those which admit it will soothe themselves with the consideration that the act is their own, and that the existence of this power of the branch is a perpetual recognition of their sovereignty. Thus, might it sooner cease to wear the alien, aggressive, and privileged aspect which has rendered it offensive, and become sooner blended with the mass of domestic interests, cherished by the same regards, protected by the same and by a higher law. End of section 65. Section 66 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Heroism of the Early Colonists by Rufus Choate. If one were called on to select the most glittering of the instances of military heroism to which the admiration of the world has been most constantly attracted, he would make choice, I imagine, of the instance of that desperate valor in which, in obedience to the laws, Leonidas and his 300 Spartans cast themselves headlong at the passes of Greece on the myriads of their Persian invaders. From the simple page of Herodotus, longer than from the Amphictyonic monument or the games of the commemoration, that act speaks still to the tears and praise of all the world. Judge if that night, as they watched the dawn of the last morning their eyes could ever see, as they heard with every passing hour the stilly hum of the invading hosts, its dusky lines stretched out without end, and now almost encircling them round, as they remembered their unprofaned home, city of heroes, and the mother of heroes. Judge if, watching there in the gateway of Greece, this sentiment did not grow to the nature of madness, if it did not run in torrents of literal fire to and from the laboring heart. And when the morning came and passed, and they addressed their long locks for battle, and when at a little afternoon the countless invading throng was seen at last to move, was it not with a rapture, as if all the joy, all the sensation of life was in that one moment, that they cast themselves with the fierce gladness of mountain torrents headlong in that brief reverie of glory? I acknowledge the splendor of that transaction in all its aspects. I admit its morality, too, and its useful influence on every Grecian heart in that greatest crisis of Greece. And yet, do you not think that whoso could by adequate description bring before you that winter of the pilgrims, its brief sunshine, the nights of storm, slow waning, the damp and icy breath felt to the pillow of the dying, its destitutions, its contrasts with all their former experiences in life, its utter insulation and loneliness, its deathbeds and burials, its memories, its apprehensions, its hopes, the consultations of the prudent, the prayers of the pious, the occasional cheerful hymn in which the strong heart threw off its burden, and asserting its unvanquished nature, went up like a bird of dawn to the skies. Do ye not think that whoso could describe them calmly waiting in that defile lonelier and darker than Thermopylae, for a morning that might never dawn or might show them when it did, a mightier arm than the Persian, raised as in act to strike, would he not sketch a scene of more difficult and rarer heroism? A scene, as Wordsworth has said, quote, melancholy, yea, dismal, yet consolatory, and full of joy, end quote. A scene even better fitted to succor, to exalt, to lead the forlorn hopes of all great causes, till time shall be no more. I have said that I deemed it a great thing for a nation, in all the periods of its fortunes, to be able to look back to a race of founders and a principle of institution in which it might rationally admire the realized idea of true heroism. That felicity, that pride, that help is ours. Our past, with its great eras, that of settlement, that of independence, should announce, should compel, should spontaneously evolve as from a germ, a wise, moral, and glowing future. Those heroic men and women should not look down on a dwindled posterity. That broad foundation sunk below frost or earthquake should bear up something more permanent than an encampment of tents pitched at random and struck when the trumpet of March sounds at next daybreak. It should bear up as by a natural growth a structure in which generations may come, one after another, to the great gift of the social life. End of section 66.
Section 67 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The Blessing of Death, St. John Chrysostom. St. John Chrysostom, 347 to 407. John of the Golden Mouth came to be the designation of the celebrated father of the Greek Church, whose eloquence, pure life, and irrepressible fearlessness in the line of duty made him famous and raised him to an official eminence which he avoided as long as he could. As a preacher and a prelate at Antioch, the capital of Syria, the fame of his piety and oratory led to his appointment as Archbishop of Constantinople under the Emperor Arcadius. He escaped the undesired promotion the first time by a stratagem, knowing, perhaps, that his conscience and sense of duty would sooner or later bring him under the ban of the court. On the archiepiscopal throne he persevered in his plain, abstemious mode of life, diligently applying to the support of hospitals the revenues his predecessors had consumed in pomp and luxury. The people of the city learned to love him, but the zeal and eloquence with which he opposed abuses in the church and sin in high places arrayed against him many powerful enemies, both in court and church, among them the notorious Empress Eudoxia. A synod packed with his enemies condemned him on the grounds of contumacy, because he refused to appear before it to answer charges of heresy, and he was arrested and sent to Nicaea in Bithynia. An uprising of the people so alarmed Eudoxia that he was recalled amid great popular rejoicings. He continued his assaults on the vices of the court, and after the city had been sufficiently garrisoned with barbarian legions to overawe the people, he was accused of insulting the empress in a sermon with the words, "Herodias is again furious. Herodias again dances. She once more demands the head of John." And though the accusation was false, it sealed his fate. He was sent a prisoner first to a little village among the ridges of Mount Taurus, where it was hoped he would fall a victim to the hatred of the monasteries he had rebuked. But his influence still remaining formidable, an order was issued for his removal to the extreme desert of Pityus, and his guards so managed that he died at Comana in Pontus on the journey, September 4th, 407. The Blessing of Death. Believe me, I am ashamed and blush to see unbecoming groups of women pass along the mart, tearing their hair, cutting their arms and cheeks, and all this under the eyes of the Greeks. For what will they not say? What will they not utter concerning us? Are these the men who philosophize about a resurrection? Indeed, how poorly their actions agree with their opinions! In words, they philosophize about a resurrection, but they act just like those who do not acknowledge a resurrection. If they fully believed in a resurrection, they would not act thus. If they had really persuaded themselves that a deceased friend had departed to a better state, they would not thus mourn. These things, and more than these, the unbelievers say when they hear those lamentations. Let us then be ashamed, and be more moderate, and not occasion so much harm to ourselves and to those who are looking on us. For on what account, tell me, do you thus weep for one departed? Because he was a bad man? You ought on that very account to be thankful, since the occasions of wickedness are now cut off. Because he was good and kind? If so, you ought to rejoice, since he has been soon removed before wickedness had corrupted him, and he has gone away to a world where he stands ever secure, and there's no room even to mistrust a change. Because he was a youth? For that too praise him who has taken him, because he has speedily called him to a better lot. Because he was an aged man? On this account also give thanks, and glorify him that has taken him. Be ashamed of your manner of burial. The singing of psalms, the prayers, the assembling of the spiritual fathers and brethren, all this is not that you may weep and lament and afflict yourselves, but that you may render thanks to him who has taken the departed. For as when men are called to some high office, multitudes with praises on their lips assemble to escort them at their departure to their stations, so do all with abundant praise join to send forward, as to greater honor, those of the pious who have departed. Death is rest, a deliverance from the exhausting labors and cares of this world. When then thou seest a relative departing, yield not to despondency. Give thyself to reflection. Examine thy conscience. Cherish the thought that after a little while this end awaits thee also. Be more considerate. Let another's death excite thee to salutary fear. Shake off all indolence. Examine your past deeds. Quit your sins, and commence a happy change. We differ from unbelievers in our estimate of things. The unbeliever surveys the heavens and worships it, because he thinks it a divinity. He looks to the earth, and makes himself a servant to it, and longs for the things of sense. But not so with us. We survey the heaven, and admire him that made it, for we believe it not to be a god, but a work of God. I look on the whole creation, and am led by it to the Creator. He looks on wealth, and longs for it with earnest desire. I look on wealth, and contemn it. He sees poverty, and laments. I see poverty, and rejoice. I see things in one light, he in another. Just so in regard to death. He sees a corpse, and thinks of it as a corpse. I see a corpse, and behold sleep rather than death. And as in regard to books, both learned persons and unlearned see them with the same eyes, but not with the same understanding. For to the unlearned the mere shapes of letters appear, while the learned discover the sense that lies within those letters. So in respect to affairs in general, we all see what takes place with the same eyes, but not with the same understanding and judgment. Since therefore in all other things we differ from them, shall we agree with them in our sentiments respecting death? Consider to whom the departed has gone, and take comfort. He is gone where Paul is, and Peter, and the whole company of the saints. Consider how he shall rise, with what glory and splendor. End of section 67. Section 68 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The Heroes of the Faith, St. John Chrysostom. What great labors did Plato endure, and his followers discoursing to us about a line, and an angle, and a point, and about numbers even and odd, and equal unto one another, and unequal, and such like spider-webs. For indeed those webs are not more useless to man's life than were these subjects, and without doing good to any one great or small by their means, so he made an end of his life. How greatly did he labor, endeavoring to show that the soul is immortal! And even as he came, he went away, having spoken nothing with certainty, nor persuaded any hearer. But the cross wrought persuasion by means of unlearned men. Yea, it persuaded even the whole world, and not about common things, but in discourse of God and the godliness which according to the truth and the evangelical way of life, and the judgment of the things to come. And of all men it made philosophers, the very rustics, the utterly unlearned. Behold how the foolishness of God is wiser than men, and the weakness stronger. How stronger? Because it overran the world, and took all by main force, and while men were endeavoring by 10,000s to quench the name of the crucified, the contrary came to pass. That flourished and increased more and more, and they perished and wasted away. And the living, in war with the dead, had no power. So that when the Greek calls me foolish, he shows himself exceedingly above measure foolish, since I, who am esteemed by him a fool, evidently appear wiser than the wise. When he calleth me weak, then he showeth himself to be weaker. For the noble things which publicans and fishermen were able to effect by the grace of God, these philosophers and rhetoricians and tyrants, and in short the whole world, running 10,000 ways here and there, could not even form a notion of. For what did the cross introduce? The doctrine concerning the immortality of the soul, that concerning the resurrection of the body, that concerning the contempt of things present, that concerning the desire of things future. Yea, angels it hath made of men, and all everywhere practise self-denial, and show forth all kinds of fortitude. But among them also, it will be said, many have been found contemners of death. Tell me who? Was it he who drank the hemlock? But if thou wilt, I can bring forward 10,000 such from within the church. For had it been lawful, when persecution befell them, to drink hemlock and depart, all had become more famous than he. And besides, he drank when he was not at liberty to drink, or not to drink, but willing or against his will he must have undergone it. No effect surely of fortitude, but of necessity, and nothing more. For even robbers and manslayers have fallen under the condemnation of their judges, have suffered things more grievous. But with us it is all quite the contrary. For not against their will did the martyrs endure, but of their will, and being at liberty not to suffer, showing forth fortitude harder than all adamant. This then, you see, is no great wonder, that he whom I was mentioning drank hemlock, it being no longer in his power not to drink, and also when he had arrived at a very great age. For when he despised life, he stated himself to be 70 years old, if this can be called despising. For I, for my part, could not affirm it, nor what is more, can anyone else. But show me someone enduring firm in torments for godliness' sake, as I show thee 10,000 everywhere in the world, who while his nails were tearing out nobly endured, who while his joints were wrenched asunder, who while his body was enduring spoil, member by member, o'er his head, who while his bones were being heaved by levers, who while placed without intermission upon frying pans, who when thrown into a cauldron, show me these instances. For to die by hemlock is all as one with a sleeping man's continuing in a state of sleep. Nay, even sweeter than sleep is this sort of death, if report say true. But if certain of them did endure torments, yet of these two the praise is gone to nothing. For on some disgraceful occasion they perished, some for revealing mysteries, some for aspiring to dominion, others detected in the foulest crimes, others again at random, and fruitlessly and ignorantly, there being no reason for it, made away with themselves. But not so with us. Wherefore of their deeds nothing is said, but these flourish and daily increase, which Paul having in mind said, the weakness of God is stronger than all men. End of section 68. Section 69 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Avarice and Usury, St. John Chrysostom. There is nothing more cruel, nothing more infamous, than the usury so common amongst men. The usurer traffics on the misfortunes of others. He enriches himself on their poverty, and then he demands his usury as if they were under a great obligation to him. He is heartless to his creditor, but is afraid of appearing so. When he pretends that he has every inclination to oblige, he crushes him the more and reduces him to the last extremity. He offers one hand, and with the other pushes him down the precipice. He offers to assist the shipwrecked, and instead of guiding them safely into port, he steers them among the reefs and rocks. Where your treasure is, there is your heart, says our Saviour. Perhaps you may have avoided many evils arising from avarice, but still, if you cherish an attachment to this odious vice, it will be of little use, for you will still be a slave, free as you fancy yourself to be, and you will fall from the height of heaven to the spot wherein your gold is hidden, and your thoughts will still complacently dwell on money, gains, usury, and dishonest commerce. What is more miserable than such a state? There is not a sadder tyranny than that of a man who is a willing subject to this furious tyrant, destroying all that is good in him, namely the nobility of the soul. So long as you have heart basely attached to gains and riches, whatsoever truths may be told you, or whatsoever advice may be given to you to secure your salvation, all will be useless. Avarice is an incurable malady, an ever-burning fire, a tyranny which extends far and wide, for he who in this life is the slave of money is loaded with heavy chains, and destined to carry far heavier chains in the life to come. End of section 69.
Section 70 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ren Hua. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The Age of Action. Randolph Henry Spencer Churchill. Randolph Henry Spencer Churchill, 1849 to 1895. 300 millions of people of diverse races, tongues, religions, and civilizations occupying parts of all the continents and many remote islands, with not a single representative in the British House of Commons, yet ruled by that body which is itself ruled by the 5 million voters of the small United Kingdom. Such is the picture of modern British imperialism, portrayed by a Conservative leader and minister, Lord Randolph Churchill, in a speech to an assemblage of Conservatives of the University Carlton Club at Oxford in June 1885. He says, "It is not difficult to understand that 5 millions of people may govern themselves with more or less success. But to what extent will these 5 millions be able to control and direct the destinies of the 300 millions whom they have in their power? This," he adds, "is a problem totally new, but he faces it with a firm belief in the ascertained and much tried common sense which is the peculiarity of the English people." And he says, "That is the faith of the Tory democracy in which I shall ever abide." In this speech, we have a very lifelike political portrait of Lord Randolph Churchill, drawn by himself and very distinctly differentiating the English Conservatives of today from those of even the preceding generation. Although a scion of a ducal house and a self-proclaimed Tory, he was, as a party man, inclined to unruly and outspoken independence. He was withal a man of so much ability, so much alive to his own times, and so popular as an orator, that a strong ministry could not be formed without including him while he remained active in politics. He was born in London, February 13th, 1849, the second son of the Duke of Marlborough. He married Miss Jerome of New York in 1874 and entered Parliament the same year as member for Woodstock, which he continued to represent till 1885, when he began to represent South Paddington. He was Secretary for India in Salisbury's first ministry, and in the second Salisbury ministry was Chancellor of the Exchequer and leader in the House. His health breaking down, he began to travel in Africa and Asia, but was never again well enough to resume active life. He died in London, January 24th, 1895. The Age of Action, from an address on political life and thought in England, delivered before the University Carlton Club at Cambridge, June 6th, 1885. This is essentially an age of action. It does not appear to me to be an age of thought. I doubt very much whether, if Adam Smith or even Mr. John Stuart Mill had lived in these days, they would have been able to produce the works which they did produce. Railways and telegraphs, the steam printing machine, and shorthand writing have done their best to kill political thought. It is essentially an age of action, but action based rather on instinct than on logic, or reason, or experience. Look how very suddenly things occur, how very little anything is foreseen, and how very rapidly everything is forgotten. Take even such instances as the death of General Gordon, or the Battle of Penjdeh, or even the vote of credit, and Mr. Gladstone's Great War speech. These are events which caused intense and immeasurable excitement at the moment. That excitement lasted for about 24 hours. Everybody chattered to everybody about that particular subject for that space of time, and then it was decently interred, for all practical political purposes, in the political cemetery of utter oblivion. Now, I do not think this is at all an exaggerated or untrue picture of the manner in which we conduct our government and our political affairs. It is a very serious consideration. Yet, strange to say, I suppose there never was a time in the history of England when profound political thought and prolonged political study were more essential to the interests of England. The process of government has never approached even the nature of an exact science. It has always been purely empirical, and still continues to be so. And yet, the difficulties of government now grow greater and greater every day, and experience seems to become less useful. I suppose there is not a man in England more experienced in the public service. I doubt whether there has ever been a man of greater experience in the public service than Mr. Gladstone. And yet, look at the extraordinary ill luck, to put it in the mildest way, which has attended his government every single day. Now, there are a great many people, I dare say there are people in this university, who will tell you that if you want to be able to judge the present and forecast the future, you must study history. Well, I apprehend that the study of history in our present case is almost useless. The study of history to the Russian politician is very useful because it will tell him what must be the inevitable and speedy end of a grinding and cruel despotism. The study of history to the German may be useful because it will tell him that a military oligarchy acting under the semblance of a constitutional form is a political system of ephemeral duration. The study of history to the Frenchman is useful because it will tell him that the transition from a republic to absolute and irrepressible power in one man is alike easy and regular. But, in our case, the study of history to an English politician affords very little guide whatever, because the state of things you have to deal with in England at the present moment is unparalleled in history. What are the duties of the English government at the present moment? They have to provide for the security and, as best they can, to minister to the happiness of 300 millions or more of human beings. And these 300 millions are scattered over every quarter of the world, and they comprise every imaginable variety of the human race, of custom, of religion, of language, and dialect. And what is the nature of the government which has to discharge these extraordinary and unparalleled duties? You have an hereditary monarchy exercising an immense influence indirectly, but hardly any influence directly. Almost precisely the reverse of what was the nature of hereditary monarchy 200 years ago. You have an hereditary chamber possessing executive and legislative powers, and you have a representative chamber controlling these two forces and seeking to acquire, and gradually acquiring, into its own hands almost all executive and legislative authority. All these three institutions are institutions of extremely ancient origin, and they are all institutions intensely conservative in their constitution and their procedure. Because, mind you, if the House of Commons were to be elected in November and were to be composed almost entirely of the Radical Party, still, you may take it for certain, the spirit and the procedure of that House would be intensely conservative. Now, what is the foundation of this very curious and ancient structure? The foundation is totally new, purely modern, absolutely untried. You have changed the old foundation. You have gone to a new foundation. Your new foundation is a great seething and swaying mass of some 5 million electors, who have it in their power, if they should so please, by the mere heave of the shoulders, if they only act with moderate unanimity, to sweep away entirely the three ancient institutions which I have described, and put anything they like in their place, and to profoundly alter, and perhaps for a time altogether ruin, the interests of 300 million beings who are committed to their charge. That is, I say, a state of things unparalleled in history. And how do you think it will all end? Are we being swept along a turbulent and irresistible torrent which is bearing us towards some political Niagara, in which every mortal thing we now know will be twisted and smashed beyond all recognition? Or are we, on the other hand, gliding passively along a quiet river of human progress that will lead us to some undiscovered ocean of almost superhuman development? Who can tell? Is it not, gentlemen, an age? Is not this a moment when political thought is necessary? To what extent do you think these 5 million electors will be controlled or influenced by law or custom, by religion or by reason? I can understand, it is not difficult to understand, that 5 million people may govern themselves with more or less success. But to what extent will these 5 million people be able to control and direct the destinies, and in what manner will they do so, of the 300 millions whom they have in their power? And to what extent will the 5 million electors be exempt from the ordinary human influences of passion and caprice? This is a problem totally new. It is a problem upon which history throws no light whatever, and moreover, it is a problem which comes at a time when the persons chiefly responsible for the government of our country are precluded by the very circumstances of their life from giving it the deep attention which it absolutely requires. I believe that a club like yours can give much assistance in this direction. You are not yet drawn into that political machine which kills thought and stifles reflection. I dare say many of those whom I see before me soon will be, but some of you, perhaps not. At any rate, all I would say to you, filling the honorable position of president to which you have so kindly elected me, is to give time, while you have time, to political thought, and to the present consideration of these questions, and questions analogous to those which I have tried to set before you. Discuss them and write about them, and endeavor in your respective spheres to stimulate also political thought among the masses of your fellow countrymen. But you can do more than this, because by able summaries of statistical information, by precise investigation into sharply opposing arguments, and by original conclusions, all put together in an agreeable and attractive literary form, you may be able to do much to restrain politicians from acting hastily and heedlessly at critical moments and upon important subjects. In all probability, you possess enormous advantages for this task. You represent the most perfect center of higher education, practical and theoretical, which any country can show. You possess mental powers at the present moment in their highest degree of energetic efficiency, because depend upon it that the mental powers of a man at 21 for getting at the bottom of any very difficult question, or for arriving at the truth on any much contested subject, are worth double and treble the mental powers of a man of 35 or 40, who, harassed and exhausted by 10 or 15 years of active political life, and by the circumstances of that life, is precluded from giving to the subject the concentrated attention you can do. Do you suppose that a man at 35 or 40 could go in for the higher mathematics of this university with any chance of success? Why, he would be mad. Every undergraduate in the schools would beat him hollow. And yet, the difficulties of the extraordinary problems of higher mathematics are as nothing compared with the mystery, darkness, and confusion that surround some of our great political questions at the present day. I am quite certain that it is impossible for any of you to overestimate the benefits you can confer upon society and your country generally, by devoting and applying your best energies to the development and popularization of high and deep political thought. I have shown, very cursorily indeed, but in a manner which your own intellects will fill up, the extraordinary, unparalleled, and complicated nature of the political problems with which political parties in England have to deal. And I have asked you, on my own behalf, and on behalf of other politicians busily engaged, for your assistance. At the same time, gentlemen, I do not wish you to suppose for a moment that I am alarmed as to the future. My state of mind when these great problems come across me, which is very rarely, is one of wonder, or perhaps I should rather say of admiration and of hope, because the alternative state of mind would be one of terror and despair. And I am guarded from that latter state of mind by a firm belief in the essential goodness of life, and in the evolution, by some process or other which I do not exactly know and cannot determine, of a higher and nobler humanity. But, above all, My especial safeguard against such a state of mental annihilation and mental despair is my firm belief in the ascertained and much-tried common sense, which is the peculiarity of the English people. That is the faith which, I think, ought to animate and protect you in your political future. That is the faith of the Tory democracy in which I shall ever abide. That is the faith which your club can, and I hope will, widely and wisely propagate. And that is the faith which, dominating our minds and influencing our actions on all occasions, no matter how dark and gloomy the horizon may appear to be, will contribute to preserve and adapt the institutions of our country and to guarantee and to consolidate the spreading dominions of the Queen. End of section 70.
Section 71 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matt Abbott Rigsby. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3, Gladstone's Egyptian Inconsistencies, by Randolph Henry Spencer Churchill. The other day, the poor Egyptians were very near effecting a successful revolution. They were very near throwing off their suffocating bonds, but, unfortunately for us, Mr. Gladstone, the Prime Minister of Great Britain, Mr. Gladstone, the leader, the idol, the demigod of the Liberal Party, Mr. Gladstone, the member for Midlothian, came upon them with his armies and fleets, destroying their towns, devastating their country, slaughtering their thousands, and flung back these struggling wretches into the morass of oppression, back into the toils of their taskmasters. The revolution of Arabi was the movement of a nation. Like all revolutions, it had a good side and its bad. You must never, for purposes of practical politics, criticize too minutely the origin, the authors of the course of revolutions. Would you undo, if you could, the revolution of 1688, which drove the Stuarts from the throne because of the intrigues of the nobles and of the clergy? Would you undo the French Revolution because of the Reign of Terror? Would you undo the Revolution of Naples because Garibaldi might not be altogether a man of your mind? You know you would not. You know that those revolutions were justified by atrocious governments. I tell you, add together the misery of the French under the Bourbons, the terror this country labored under in the last year of James II, the atrocities committed by the Ministry of Bomba, and you will arrive at an approximate estimate of what drove the Egyptians to the standard of Arabi Pasha. Since the Reform Bill of 1832, when first the people were admitted to a share in the government of this country, we've always been on the side of freedom against oppression, of constitutional government against arbitrary rule. Mr. Gladstone's gravest charge against the policy of the late government at the Congress of Berlin was that during those debates, their influence had lain to the side of despotism rather than to the side of freedom, which, he said, caused him the deepest shame and the bitterest regret. The charge could not be sustained by facts, but that made no matter. Mr. Gladstone knew that even the insinuation of it from him would gravely injure the government in the minds of the liberty-loving English and Scottish. Never was any man so caught in his own toils, never was retribution so prompt or so terrible. Within 3 years of his making that accusation, he himself had to decide between an Oriental despotism on the one hand and a struggling people on the other. He had to decide which he would favor. The lot was in his hands. His power was absolute. The whole responsibility was with him. Without a moment's hesitation, and for the wretched motive of concluding a commercial treaty with France, he joined hands with that country, and cast the whole weight and power of Britain against a struggling people, and on the side of, perhaps, the very worst ruler whom even centuries of Oriental abominations could produce, as I shall presently show you. A greater crime was never committed, a greater departure from our modern foreign policy cannot be conceived. A more detestable return to the evil foreign policy which preceded the great Reform Bill cannot be recorded. But I may be told, In thus accusing Mr. Gladstone and his colleagues, you are in reality accusing us, the people of this great country, who allowed, and may even be said to have approved, his policy. I am not sure that the people have approved his policy. As far as by-elections can be said to go, they disapprove it. Manchester could not find a candidate to support it. York rejected it. The people of this country have not yet had an opportunity of giving judgment. Parliament may be said to have approved the government policy if you consider only the Liberal majority of the House of Commons. But is the approval of the Liberal majority of the House of Commons so very valuable or so very conclusive? If Mr. Gladstone were to stand on his head in Hyde Park, the Liberal majority would be ready to go into the lobby to record their opinion that it was the most marvelous feat of gymnastics ever performed. If Mr. Gladstone were to declare that black was white, which he very often does, the Liberal majority in the House of Commons would at once exclaim, "It is the voice of a god, not of a man." But in spite of these little weaknesses of the Liberal Party, I will say this, that even if the approval of the Liberal majority were conclusive, even if the British people had sanctioned the entire Egyptian policy, the Liberal majority or the British people could not be held to be responsible if they were in error. For from first to last you have been systematically furnished with false information. You were told that Arabi was a military adventurer and that his movement was a military rebellion. This was the first fabrication. No one will now deny he was the leader of a nation, the exponent of a nation's woes, and that the military rebellion was the desperate struggle of a race. You were told that the British fleet was in danger from the forts of Alexandria. This was the second fabrication. In the first place, the British fleet might have sailed away, for there was hardly a European left who requested protection. All the money-lending bloodsuckers and harpies, with their hordes of hangers-on, had fled, panic-stricken before the wrath of an awakened and aroused people. Some people would think, Mr. Gladstone most certainly would have thought when he was in Midlothian in 1880, that the departure of the British fleet would have been preferable to the destruction of a great, ancient, and wealthy city. But the overwhelming proof that the British fleet was never in danger lies in the fact that during an engagement of 7 or 8 hours, when the forts did all they knew, these terrible forts were unable to kill even half a dozen British seamen or to knock a hole in any one of your ironclad ships. You were told that the Suez Canal was in danger. This was fabrication number 3. The Suez Canal was never in danger at any time, except from the desperate genius of Lord Wallasey and Monsieur de Lesseps. During the whole Egyptian difficulty, commerce traversed the Suez Canal, with the exception of a period of 48 hours when Lord Wallasey himself arrested it. You were told that the Khedive Tewfik were an enlightened, constitutional, amiable prince. This was a most daring stretch of the imagination. I have proven him before the House of Commons to be one of the most despicable wretches who ever occupied an Eastern throne. At Mr. Gladstone's request, did I say request? At his entreaty, I should say, in answer to his passionate challenge, I furnished him with documents, founded on the statements of irrefutable witnesses and supported by official records, proving that the Khedive Tewfik was the author of the massacres of Alexandria when many British subjects were slaughtered, that he plotted those massacres for the purpose of ruining Arabi and of precipitating European intervention. He betrayed his country and his people to the foreigner, and verily he shall have his reward. Mr. Gladstone pledged himself most solemnly to examine those documents which I furnished him with, and to refute them if he could. His pledges, renewed twice and thrice, are recorded in black and white. But from the day in June when he received the papers, to this day, this 18th of December, no answer he has made, and no answer will he ever make. No answer can he make. You will admit that, after all that has passed, if Mr. Gladstone and his Foreign Secretary could have crushed me, if they could have shown the public that I had been imposed upon, that I had made false accusations, they would not have spared me. Would they? No consideration from what might befall me in public estimation would have prevented them, if they could have done so, from whitewashing their miserable puppet Tewfik. But instead of bringing about that happy event, they have preserved a blank silence. And you will not wonder at their silence when I tell you that one of my witnesses was Arabi Pasha himself, and that my official records, were their own blue books. Now, whatever may be said of Arabi Pasha, his bitterest enemies will not accuse him of being either a liar, a robber, or a murderer. From first to last, all will admit that he has ever spoken candidly what was in his mind, that though for months he exercised supreme power in Egypt, a country whose records are dark with crime and assassination, though he was surrounded by violent opponents and desperate conspirators, he never took a human life, and that, though he could have made himself rich, as the expression goes, beyond the dreams of avarice, he left Egypt with his family, an exile, without one single farthing. I say with confidence that that man's evidence would be taken into any court of law against the statements of the Khedive Tewfik, who dethroned his own father, who robbed his own family, who banished from his native land his younger brother, who, although he professes to be anxious to suppress the slave trade, is himself a dealer and an owner of slaves, who practices magic and sorcery with every kind of the most debased superstition, whose most intimate friend will not believe a word he utters, who intrigued against his sovereign, the Sultan, against his friends the British, against his friends the French, taking them up and betraying them one after another in turn, who plotted with Arabi against Riaz, with Sharif against Arabi, with that incomparable desperado, Amar Lufti, against the European inhabitants of Alexandria, who ordered Arabi to fire on the British fleet which lay in the harbor for his protection, and who dared to proclaim Arabi a rebel and a traitor because he did not resist with fire and sword and carnage the occupation of Alexandria by the sailors of Lord Alcester. All of this is written in blue books, all this marvelous mass of wickedness and lying and plotting and conspiracy is as notorious in the East and as familiar to every Egyptian, aye, and to every English official, aye, and to Mr. Gladstone and his colleagues, as the incidents of the Midlothian campaign are to you. This is the man, did I say man? He is not a man. This is the being whom your army and navy supported against Arabi Pasha and the Egyptian people. This is the being to gratify whose frightful instincts Alexandria was bombarded and Tel el-Kebir was fought. This is the being in whose name and by whose power Mr. Gladstone intends to give Egypt a fair start. I have not yet done with this Khedive Tewfik. But you may say to me, what is your object in bringing these accusations? What is the Khedive Tewfik to us, or he to me? I quite admit that he would be nothing either to you or me if the British army was not keeping him on his throne, and the British people responsible for all his acts. This is my object, to show you, the people, so that if you believe me, and you may intervene, that Great Britain, under the guidance of the stupendous genius of him who the Liberals call the greatest man she ever produced, has gone astray, has commenced a hopeless task, and has entered upon a fatal course. And this brings me to the last and greatest of all the fabrications which have been diligently crammed into your minds. The Prime Minister has stated over and over again that we went to Egypt with no selfish aim or object, but only in the interests of Europe and for the benefit of the Egyptian people. Certainly Mr. Gladstone has a curious way of promoting the interests of Europe and of benefiting the people of Egypt. As the original inventor of the concert of Europe, he summoned Europe to Constantinople to deliberate upon Egyptian affairs, but no sooner had the powers entered into conference than Mr. Gladstone seized upon Egypt with horse, foot, artillery, and dragoons, and the various powers, feeling extremely foolish, abandoned their deliberations in disgust. I do not think he will find it easy to collect them again. I do not think he will find it easy to appeal again to that concert of Europe to which, by so many pledges, he bound himself when he preached to you in Midlothian 3 years ago. He first struck a desperate blow at the commerce between Europe and the East by laying the city of Alexandria in ashes. He struck a second desperate blow at the same interests when he laid violent hands on the Suez Canal, which, since its construction, has been preserved sacred for the operations of war. He he struck a third desperate blow at Eastern commerce when, for a period of 3 months and more, he put a stop to all commercial transactions over the whole land of Egypt, and the result of these 3 blows is that he has created a hatred of Europeans in general, and of the British in particular among the Egyptians, so bitter, so unappeasable, that for years to come, the commercial interests of Europe in Egypt will hang upon a thread. The recent events in the Sudan are a fair indication of the feelings of Egypt for Europe. Turkey is only waiting for a chance of getting her finger in the pie. France is intriguing against us at Cairo with unceasing malignity. Germany and Austria are looking on with contemptuous ill will, and Russia, whenever opportunity offers, stirs upon the sparks of strife and jealousy among the powers. So much for the interests of Europe as promoted by Mr. Gladstone. So much for the attitude of the European concert, for which Mr. Gladstone took out his own special patent. But now let us look at the Egyptian people, to whom Mr. Gladstone declares that he only wished to do good. I will say no more about Alexandria. I will say nothing about the thousands of Egyptians who were slaughtered by his humane efforts. I will say nothing about the hundreds whom Mr. Gladstone's judges have either hung or condemned to penal servitude or sentenced to a living death in the regions of the White Nile. All this I say nothing about, though the poor Egyptians might like to say something about it if you gave them the chance. I content myself with this, and I defy contradiction. We were sent to Egypt by the bondholders in the month of July 1882. We dispatched ships from Portsmouth and from Plymouth. We brought troops from Madras and from Bombay. We spent 4 millions of our own money. We sacrificed, one way or another, many British lives. We made 2 brand new viscounts, and gave them each what was elegantly and eloquently called a lump sum, for all the dangers they had so courageously encountered, and for all the glories they had so gloriously won. We distributed decorations and rewards so profusely that every man almost of that famous army is signalized forever. And what did we do to the Egyptians? Well, first we took them the cattle plague, which more than decimated the herds, which were the wealth of the delta of the Nile. The cattle plague, in consequence of the admirable sanitary laws which we taught the people, produced the cholera, and the cholera carried off 50,000 lives. For wherever the cholera broke out, we drew what was called a military cordon round the locality, which prevented a single soul from getting out, or a single doctor from getting in. Then, when every Egyptian who had to die was dead, we made the country a handsome present of 12 doctors, who arrived in time to assist at a great many funerals, when doctors are always so useful and so welcome. But we did a great deal more than this. We held elections for the Egyptian parliament, which were so eagerly taken up by the people that hundreds of them fled to the officials, begging and praying and bribing, in order that they might be excused the dignity and privilege of voting. But we did more. We had made the country a present of 12 doctors. We now gave them, in addition, 12 Dutch judges, who, at the present moment, are all on leave, endeavoring to learn the language from an elementary Arabic conversation book, wandering about Europe, and waiting for the law courts to be built. We did not stop there. We created a Council of State, on which we placed Turks, French, Russians, Germans, and Greeks. More than this, having either slaughtered or frightened to death the old Egyptian army, we considered it our duty to form a magnificent new Egyptian army, the recruits for which are collected from the bastinado and brought into barracks heavily chained, an army which is now brought to such an admirable degree of efficiency that they are made to do police duty at Cairo, while the police are sent to fight the false prophet, who are all warranted by those who know them best to cut the throats of Sir Evelyn Wood and other British officers, whom we liberally quartered on Egypt, the moment the backs of the British troops were turned. In addition to all this largesse, this princely munificence quite unprecedented in history from one nation to another, we generously added 6 millions to the Egyptian national debt, and to crown this splendid edifice, which is forever to be the grandest of the grand achievements of a grand old man, we placed at the head of the Khedive Tewfik the conspirator against his father, the robber of his family, the banisher of his brother, the dealer in human flesh and blood, the betrayer of his allies, of his ministers, and of his country, the man of magic and of sorcery. Now, so says Mr. Gladstone at the Guildhall, we, the Liberal government, if only the false prophet will keep quiet for a moment, are going to scuttle out of this pandemonium as soon as we can, and to all our former fabrications and imaginations we shall add by far the grossest and most audacious of all. For we shall tell Parliament, we shall tell the country, we shall tell Europe, that Egypt is pacified, and that the Egyptians are happy and free, although we know all the time, beyond the possibility of a doubt, the greater misery by far prevails in that country than before the battle of Tel el-Kebir, that life and prosperity are more insecure, that the people are more hopelessly burdened with debt, that justice is more frightfully corrupt than Scotchmen or Englishmen can well conceive, and that not one single real reform of any sort or kind has been set on foot, much less carried into effect. Plenty of shams, plenty of impostors, but genuine beneficial reform, absolutely none. Such has been our work in Egypt, and for all this woe and misery that your government has wrought, shall we expect the blessing of God upon our country? Shall we not rather, if we sanction such a work, if we do not without delay repair as far as we can, so many errors, so many crimes? Shall we not rather fear that retribution which sooner or later has never failed to overtake those who oppress the human race? End of section 71.
Section 72 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The First Oration Against Catiline, Part 1, by Marcus Tullius Cicero, 106 to 43 B.C. In oratory and all forms of prose composition, Cicero was for 17 centuries the acknowledged master of the civilized world. So long as Latin remained the vulgar tongue of learning in Europe, every one who aspired to be heard beyond his own province studied and imitated the style of Cicero. As first the French and afterwards the English language began to be used in literature, as the great writers of northern Europe, encouraged by the example of Dante, dared to employ the vernacular of the despised common people of their own countries, the style of Cicero passed from the Latin of the learned into literature which appealed to a wider circle of readers. In England, Bacon presents in his Essays the first model of the later English prose, which in the Essays of Addison reasserts the right of the English language to be governed by its own laws, rather than by those of any Latin, however elegant. In the main, however, the style of educated writers of English prose is Ciceronian, in spite of Addison, for Macaulay, in the earlier years of the 19th century and towards its close, the great Frenchman Taine have strongly swayed the minds of English prose writers away from Saxon towards Ciceronian constructions. If Cicero's influence over prose literature has been thus universal in English and other Teutonic tongues, which have a time radically different from Latin and an accentuation which creates a sense of musical values in language greatly unlike that which made Latin intelligible as a spoken tongue, if, in spite of all differences of speech and of ear, he has thus swayed the prose writing of northern Europe, Teutonic as well as Latin, for so many centuries, we would naturally expect him to be the supreme arbiter of oratorical style. And this expectation has been fully realized. The Ciceronian construction of clauses, balancing each other in musical time, and arranged to make possible the greatest cumulative force of ideas, governs modern oratory still, as it did that of the Middle Ages. During the last 25 years, we have seen a tendency to break away from it, towards a simpler construction, but it is far from its full realization. Whenever we say that this or that piece of prose is quote-unquote oratorical in its style, we mean simply that it approximates more or less the syntax of Cicero. If from the standpoint of the student of English who loves its mastering simplicity and admires its natural syntax because it tends to force the plain truth to be told, this seems unfortunate, there must have been a supreme and sufficient reason for it, or it could not have existed as it has done, the central fact in the oratory and the prose writing of so many centuries among so many people of diverse languages and habits of thought. Without doubt, this supreme reason is to be sought in the nice sense of time and language, which Cicero has perhaps in a greater degree than anyone else who ever wrote Latin prose. Unless an orator or a prose writer can develop this sense so that it will govern his composition as surely and as unconsciously as the feet of a skillful dancer are governed by the music of a waltz, his sentences must always be ragged and uneven, repellent to all whose intellects are sufficiently developed to give them an idea of order and a love of harmony. As this idea of order, this love of harmony, is the normal rule of the intellect, the speaker who offends through a defective ear for the time of the language in which he expresses himself must necessarily create an unfavorable impression. If, on the contrary, he has the sense of time as a governing factor in his constructions, if, when he adds a clause, his ear immediately impels him to give it its due balance with the next, if every period harmonizes and balances the time of every other, and if to this he adds such harmonies of tone as are illustrated in the Latin vowel successions of Cicero as they are in the English of Burke, he has a mode of expression worthy of the highest thought, and when used for the purpose of expressing great ideas, sure to compel permanent attention to them. This is the conclusion which everyone must draw who studies the careful art of Cicero's constructions, and considers in connection with it the permanent force it has given his ideas. The art of oratory, as Cicero understood it, approximates in its technique the technical art of modern versification, except that the time of balancing clauses must not be so exactly identical as to set them tripping. The oratory of Cicero makes demands on the ear for antithetical time in the government of its constructions almost if not quite as severe as does modern English blank verse of average regularity. Occasionally, in classical oratory, the rhythms of poetry were allowed. It was not considered a fault, but rather a beauty, that an orator, moved by his subject and speaking in cadenced periods, should occasionally break into a perfect hexameter, but as a rule the exactly identical time balances of verse were avoided or disguised. The Greeks and Romans had a nice ear for time in language, and were often conscious of it. Of course, everyone who speaks a modern language as a vernacular acquires in learning to talk the natural ear for its time. But as a rule we never become conscious of the operations of this ear, and so are ignorant of the first essentials of such art as governed Cicero's prose, as in its more nearly perfect measure it governed the verse of Horace and of Virgil. To develop a consciousness of this sense of time without becoming self-conscious because of it is to have the ABC of Cicero's art as an orator. It has been said, with truth, that it was as nearly an exact art as poetry or sculpture, and for those who in seeking the artistic can avoid the always present and always imminent danger of the artificial, it is likely to be not less a source of power in speaking than a knowledge of musical time is in the composition of verse. In the politics of Rome, Cicero stands for the virtue of ancient aristocracy against the later imperialism, through which one strong and masterful man after another sought supreme power by appealing to the fighting instincts of the lowest masses of the people. The later Roman Republic was essentially an aristocratic and oligarchical institution, modified by mob law. It ended as aristocracies always end, in imperialism. In medieval Europe, we have the first governing oligarchy of feudal barons with the king as their chief, primus inter pares. Next, we have the struggle for supremacy between the one man and the oligarchy, in which, by appealing to the previously unconsidered multitude, the one masterful man gets the better of the 100 who seek to master him and the masses. Thus, in France, we see established the absolutism which preceded the Revolution. Again, after the Revolution, Napoleon followed the example of Marius and Caesar in Rome, and of Cromwell in England, evoking the latent power of the many, who are weak, to overcome the few, who are strong. Whenever an aristocracy or an oligarchy reaches a certain stage of corruption, this process becomes a part of the inevitable logic of events. First, an oligarchy, which has assumed to rule in the name and by the right of the people, oppresses and defrauds them. Then some strong man appeals to the people as their champion, and, winning their confidence, grasps the supreme power which first Catiline and then Caesar strove for at Rome in the time of Cicero. In his speeches against Avarice, the plunderer of Sicily, in denouncing Catiline, in defending Milo for killing Clodius, in his Philippics against Antony, and in every public act to which he was impelled by his natural instincts, Cicero resists with all the strength of his great intellect the tendency of a corrupt republic to surrender its last remnant of liberty to any and every desperate adventurer bold enough to grasp supremacy in the name of the people, and use it for his own purposes of absolving himself from all restraint. When Cicero's head was sent to Rome, when Fulvia, the widow of Clodius and the wife of Antony, pierced with her needle the tongue which had done more than any other for the perpetuation of all the good there was in Roman civilization, she paid him the highest compliment he ever received, and illustrated in doing so the causes of his failure. He demanded disinterestedness from an oligarchy no longer capable of anything except the most extreme and immoral selfishness. Necessarily he defeated himself, but he won in defeat a greater victory than that of any other man of his day, greater even than that of Cato, for out of his mental stress, the keen excitements of his struggles for the perpetuation of the Republic, were born the Ciceronian oratory and literature of Rome, and of all succeeding centuries until our own times. He was born at Arpinum, January 3rd, 106 B.C., a novus homo, a quote-unquote new man, born from a family of plebeian origin. He forced his way to the first offices of the Republic. As consul at the time of the conspiracy of Catiline, he saved Rome only to lose it, after Caesar, suspected as an accomplice of Catiline, had been assassinated for his usurpation by men who were mere antiquarians instead of the leaders they thought themselves. An antiquarian himself, Cicero had too great a reverence for antique virtue to win against the thoroughgoing scoundrelism of the triumvirate. Augustus, after encouraging him at least tacitly against Antony, consented at least tacitly to Antony's determination to have him assassinated. So on December 7th, 43 B.C., after Cicero's throat had been cut at the door of his Formian villa by a representative of the new order of things, his head and hands were sent to the triumvirs in witness that there was no longer a single living and formidable tongue to plead for the antique virtue, the ancient liberty, the republican glories of Rome. The first oration against Catiline, delivered in the Roman Senate. When, O Catiline, do you mean to cease abusing our patience? How long is that madness of yours still to mock us? When is there to be an end of that unbridled audacity of yours, swaggering about as it does now? Do not the nightly guards placed on the Palatine Hill, do not the watches posted throughout the city, does not the alarm of the people, and the union of all good men, does not the precaution taken of assembling the Senate in the most defensible place, do not the looks and countenances of this venerable body here, present, have any effect upon you? Do you not feel that your plans are detected? Do you not see that your conspiracy is already arrested and rendered powerless by the knowledge which every one here possesses of it? What is there that you did last night? What the night before? Where is it that you were? Who was there that you summoned to meet you? What design was there which was adopted by you, with which you think that any one of us is unacquainted? Shame on the age and its principles! The Senate is aware of these things, the consul sees them, and yet this man lives! Aye, he comes even into the Senate. He takes a part in the public deliberations. He is watching and marking down and checking off for slaughter every individual among us. And we, gallant men that we are, think that we are doing our duty to the Republic if we keep out of the way of his frenzied attacks. You ought, O Catiline, long ago to have been led to execution by command of the consul. That destruction which you have been long plotting against us ought to have already fallen on your own head. What? Did not that most illustrious man, Publius Scipio, the Pontifex Maximus, in his capacity of a private citizen, put to death Tiberius Gracchus, though but slightly undermining the constitution? And shall we, who are the consuls, tolerate Catiline, openly desirous to destroy the whole world with fire and slaughter? For I pass over older instances, such as how Caius Servilius Ahala, with his own hand, slew Spurius Maelius when plotting a revolution in the state. There was once such virtue in this republic, that brave men would repress mischievous citizens with severer chastisement than the most bitter enemy. For we have a resolution of the Senate, a formidable and authoritative decree against you, O Catiline. The wisdom of the Republic is not at fault, nor the dignity of this senatorial body. We alone, I say it openly, we, the consuls, are wanting in our duty. The Senate once passed a decree that Lucius Opimius, the consul, should take care that the Republic suffered no injury. Not one night elapsed. There was put to death, on some mere suspicion of disaffection, Caius Gracchus, a man whose family had borne the most unblemished reputation for many generations. There were slain Marcus Fulvius, a man of consular rank, and all his children. By a like decree of the Senate, the safety of the Republic was entrusted to Caius Marius and Lucius Valerius, the consuls. Did not the vengeance of the Republic, did not execution overtake Lucius Saturninus, a tribune of the people, and Caius Servilius, the praetor, without the delay of one single day? But we, for these 20 days, have been allowing the edge of the Senate's authority to grow blunt, as it were, for we are in possession of a similar decree of the Senate. But we keep it locked up in its parchment, buried, I may say, in the sheath, and according to this decree you ought, O Catiline, to be put to death this instant. You live, and you live, not to lay aside, but to persist in your audacity. I wish, O conscript fathers, to be merciful. I wish not to appear negligent amid such danger to the state, but I do now accuse myself of remissness and culpable inactivity. A camp is pitched in Italy, at the entrance of Etruria, in hostility to the Republic. The number of the enemy increases every day, and yet the general of that camp, the leader of those enemies, we see within the walls, aye, and even in the Senate, planning every day some internal injury to the Republic. If, O Catiline, I should now order you to be arrested, to be put to death, I should, I suppose, have to fear, lest all good men should say that I had acted tardily, rather than that anyone should affirm that I acted cruelly. But yet this, which ought to have been done long since, I have good reason for not doing as yet. I will put you to death then, when there shall be not one person possible to be found so wicked, so abandoned, so like yourself, as not to allow that it has been rightly done. As long as one person exists who can dare to defend you, you shall live. But you shall live as you do now, surrounded by my many and trusty guards, so that you shall not be able to stir one finger against the Republic. Many eyes and ears shall still observe and watch you, as they have hitherto done, though you shall not perceive them. For what is there, O Catiline, that you can still expect, if night is not able to veil your nefarious meanings in darkness, and if private houses cannot conceal the voice of your conspiracy within their walls? If everything is seen and displayed? Change your mind, trust me, forget the slaughter and conflagration you are meditating. You are hemmed in on all sides. All your plans are clearer than the day to us. Let me remind you of them. Do you recollect that on the 21st of October, I said in the Senate that on a certain day, which was to be the 27th of October, see, Manlius the satellite and servant of your audacity would be in arms? Was I mistaken, Catiline, not only in so important, so atrocious, so incredible a fact, but, what is much more remarkable, in the very day? I said also in the Senate that you had fixed the massacre of the nobles for the 28th of October, when many chief men of the Senate had left Rome, not so much for the sake of saving themselves as of checking your designs. Can you deny that on that very day you were so hemmed in by my guards and my vigilance that you were unable to stir one finger against the Republic, when you said that you would be content with the flight of the rest and the slaughter of us who remain? What? When you made sure that you would be able to seize Praeneste on the 1st of November by a nocturnal attack, did you not find that that colony was fortified by my order, by my garrison, by my watchfulness and care? You do nothing. You plan nothing. You think of nothing, which I not only do not hear, but which I do not see and know every particular of. Listen while I speak of the night before. You shall now see that I watch far more actively for the safety than you do for the destruction of the Republic. I say that you came the night before, I will say nothing obscurely, into the scythe dealer's street, to the house of Marcus Lecca, that many of your accomplices in the same insanity and wickedness came there too? Do you dare to deny it? Why are you silent? I will prove it if you do deny it, for I see here in the Senate some men who were there with you. O ye immortal gods, where on earth are we? In what city are we living? What constitution is ours? There are here in our body, O conscript fathers, in this the most holy and dignified assembly of the whole world, men who meditate my death, and the death of all of us, and the destruction of this city, and of the whole world. I, the consul, see them. I ask them their opinion about the Republic, and I do not yet attack, even by words, those who ought to be put to death by the sword. You were then, O Catiline, at Lecca's that night. You divided Italy into sections. You settled where every one was to go. You fixed whom you were to leave at Rome, whom you were to take with you. You portioned out the divisions of the city for conflagration. You undertook that you yourself would at once leave the city, and said that there was then only this to delay you, that I was still alive. 2 Roman knights were found to deliver you from this anxiety, and to promise that very night before daybreak to slay me in my bed. All this I knew almost before your meeting had broken up. I strengthened and fortified my house with a stronger guard. I refused admittance when they came, to those whom you sent in the morning to salute me, and of whom I had foretold to many eminent men that they would come to me at that time. As, then, this is the case, O Catiline, continue as you have begun. Leave the city at last. The gates are open. Depart. That Manlian camp of yours has been waiting too long for you as its general, and lead forth with you all your friends, or at least as many as you can. Purge the city of your presence. You will deliver me from a great fear when there is a wall between me and you. Among us you can dwell no longer. I will not bear it. I will not permit it. I will not tolerate it. Great thanks are due to the immortal gods, and to this very Jupiter Stator, in whose temple we are, the most ancient protector of this city, that we have already so often escaped so foul, so horrible, and so deadly an enemy to the Republic. But the safety of the Commonwealth must not be too often allowed to be risked on one man. As long as you, O Catiline, plotted against me while I was the consul-elect, I defended myself not with a public guard, but by my own private diligence. When, in the next consular comitia, you wished to slay me when I was actually consul, and your competitors also, in the Campus Martius, I checked your nefarious attempt by the assistance and resources of my own friends, without exciting any disturbance publicly. In short, as often as you attacked me, I by myself opposed you, and that, too, though I saw that my ruin was connected with great disaster to the Republic. But now you are openly attacking the entire Republic. You are summoning to destruction and devastation the temples of the immortal gods, the houses of the city, the lives of all the citizens, in short, all Italy. Wherefore, since I do not yet venture to do that which is the best thing, and which belongs to my office, and to the discipline of our ancestors, I will do that which is more merciful if we regard its rigor, and more expedient for the state. For if I order you to be put to death, the rest of the conspirators will still remain in the Republic. If, as I have long been exhorting you, you depart, your companions, those worthless dregs of the Republic, will be drawn off from the city too. What is the matter, Catiline? Do you hesitate to do that when I order you, which you were already doing of your own accord? The consul orders an enemy to depart from the city. Do you ask me, Are you to go into banishment? I do not order it, but if you consult me, I advise it. For what is there, O Kathleen, that can now afford you any pleasure in this city? For there is no one in it, except that band of profligate conspirators of yours, who does not fear you, no one who does not hate you. What brand of domestic baseness is not stamped upon your life? What disgraceful circumstance is wanting to your infamy in your private affairs? From what licentiousness have your eyes? From what atrocity have your hands? From what iniquity has your whole body ever abstained? Is there one youth, when you have once entangled him in the temptations of your corruption, to whom you have not held out a sword for audacious crime, or a torch for licentious wickedness? What? When lately, by the death of your former wife, you had made your house empty and ready for a new bridal, did you not even add another incredible wickedness to this wickedness? But I pass that over and willingly allow it to be buried in silence, that so horrible a crime may not be seen to have existed in this city, and not to have been chastised. I pass over the ruin of your fortune, which you know is hanging over you against the ides of the very next month. I come to those things which relate not to the infamy of your private vices, not to your domestic difficulties and baseness, but to the welfare of the Republic, and to the lives and safety of us all. Can the light of this life, O Kathleen, can the breath of this atmosphere be pleasant to you, when you know that there is not one man of those here present who is ignorant that you, on the last day of the year, when Lepidus and Tullus were consuls, stood in the assembly armed, that you had prepared your hand for the slaughter of the consuls and chief men of the state, and that no reason or fear of yours hindered your crime and madness, but the fortune of the Republic? And I say no more of these things, for they are not unknown to everyone. How often have you endeavored to slay me, both as consul-elect and as actual consul? How many shots of yours, so aimed that they seemed impossible to be escaped, have I avoided by some slight stooping aside, and some dodging, as it were, of my body? You attempt nothing, you execute nothing, you devise nothing that can be kept hid from me at the proper time, and yet you do not cease to attempt and to contrive. How often already has that dagger of yours been wrested from your hands? How often has it slipped through them by some chance and dropped down? And yet you cannot any longer do without it, and to what sacred mysteries it is consecrated and devoted by you, I know not, that you think it necessary to plunge it in the body of the consul. End of section 72. Section 73 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The First Oration Against Kathleen, Part 2, by Marcus Tullius Cicero. But now, what is that life of yours that you are leading? For I will speak to you, not so as to seem influenced by the hatred I ought to feel, but by pity, nothing of which is due to you. You came a little while ago into the Senate, in so numerous an assembly, who, of so many friends and connections of yours, saluted you. If this, in the memory of man, never happened to any one else, Are you waiting for insults by word of mouth when you are overwhelmed by the most irresistible condemnation of silence? Is it nothing that at your arrival all those seats were vacated, that all the men of consular rank, who had often been marked out by you for slaughter, the very moment you sat down, left that part of the benches bare and vacant? With what feelings do you think you ought to bear this? On my honor, if my slaves feared me as all your fellow citizens fear you, I should think I must leave my house. Do not you think you should leave the city? If I saw that I was even undeservedly so suspected and hated by my fellow citizens, I would rather flee from their sight than be gazed at by the hostile eyes of everyone. And do you, who, from the consciousness of your wickedness, know that the hatred of all men is just, and has been long due to you, hesitate to avoid the sight and presence of those men whose minds and senses you offend? If your parents feared and hated you, and if you could by no means pacify them, you would, I think, depart somewhere out of their sight. Now your country, which is the common parent of all of us, hates and fears you, and has no other opinion of you than that you are meditating parricide in her case. And will you neither feel awe of her authority, nor deference for her judgment, nor fear of her power? And she, O Catiline, thus pleads with you, and, after a manner, silently speaks to you. There has now for many years been no crime committed but by you. No atrocity has taken place without you. You alone, unpunished and unquestioned, have murdered the citizens, have harassed and plundered the allies. You alone have had power not only to neglect all laws and investigations, but to overthrow and break through them. Your former actions, though they ought not to have been borne, yet I did bear as well as I could. But now that I should be wholly occupied with fear of you alone, that at every sound I should dread Catiline, that no design should seem possible to be entertained against me which does not proceed from your wickedness, this is no longer endurable. Depart, then, and deliver me from this fear, that, if it be a just one, I may not be destroyed, if an imaginary one, that, at least, I may, at last, cease to fear. If, as I have said, your country were thus to address you, ought she not to obtain her request, even if she were not able to enforce it? What shall I say of your having given yourself into custody? What of your having said, for the sake of avoiding suspicion, that you were willing to dwell in the house of Marcus Lepidus? And when you were not received by him, you dared even to come to me, and begged me to keep you in my house. And when you had received answer from me that I could not possibly be safe in the same house with you, when I considered myself in great danger as long as we were in the same city, you came to Quintus Metellus, the praetor, and being rejected by him, you passed on to your associate, that most excellent man, Marcus Marcellus, who would be, I suppose you thought, most diligent in guarding you, most sagacious in suspecting you, and most bold in punishing you. But how far can we think that man ought to be from bonds and imprisonment, who has already judged himself deserving of being given into custody? Since, then, this is the case, do you hesitate, O Catiline, if you cannot remain here with tranquillity, to depart to some distant land and to trust your life, saved from just and deserved punishment, to flight and solitude? Make a motion, say you, to the Senate, for that is what you demand, and if this body votes that you ought to go into banishment, you say that you will obey. I will not make such a motion. It is contrary to my principles. And yet I will let you see what those men think of you. Begone from the city, O Catiline. Deliver the republic from fear. Depart into banishment, if that is the word you are waiting for. What now, O Catiline? Do you not perceive, do you not see the silence of these men? They permit it, they say nothing. Why wait you for the authority of their words when you see their wishes in their silence? But had I said the same to this excellent young man Publius Sextius, or to that brave man Marcus Marcellus, before this time the Senate would deservedly have laid violent hands on me, consul though I be, in this very temple. But as to you, Catiline, while they are quiet, they approve. While they permit me to speak, they vote. While they are silent, they are loud and eloquent. And not they alone, whose authority forsooth is dear to you, although their lives are unimportant, but the Roman knights too, those most honorable and excellent men, and the other virtuous citizens who are now surrounding the Senate, whose numbers you could see, whose desires you could know, and whose voices you a few minutes ago could hear. I, whose very hands and weapons I have for some time been scarcely able to keep off from you. But those two I will easily bring to attend you to the gates, if you leave these places you have been long desiring to lay waste. And yet, why am I speaking? That anything may change your purpose? That you may ever amend your life? That you may meditate flight or think of voluntary banishment? I wish the gods may give you such a mind, though I see, if alarmed at my words you bring your mind to go into banishment, what a storm of unpopularity hangs over me, if not at present, while the memory of your wickedness is fresh, at all events hereafter. But it is worth while to incur that, as long as that is but a private misfortune of my own, and is unconnected with the dangers of the Republic. But we cannot expect that you should be concerned at your own vices, that you should fear the penalties of the laws, or that you should yield to the necessities of the Republic, for you are not, O Catiline, one whom either shame can recall from infamy, or fear from danger, or reason from madness. Wherefore, as I have said before, go forth, and if you wish to make me, your enemy as you call me, unpopular, go straight into banishment. I shall scarcely be able to endure all that will be said if you do so. I shall scarcely be able to support my load of unpopularity if you do go into banishment at the command of the consul. But if you wish to serve my credit and reputation, go forth with your ill-omened band of profligates. Betake yourself to Manlius. Rouse up the abandoned citizens. Separate yourself from the good ones. Wage war against your country. Exult in your impious banditti, so that you may not seem to have been driven out by me and gone to strangers, but to have gone invited to your own friends. Though why I should invite you, by whom I know men have already been sent on to wait in arms for you at the Forum Aurelium, who I know has fixed and agreed with Manlius upon a settled day, by whom I know that silver eagle, which I trust will be ruinous and fatal to you and to all your friends, and to which there was set up in your house a shrine, as it were, of your crimes, has been already sent forward. Need I fear that you can long do without that which you used to worship when going out to murder, and from whose altars you have often transferred your impious hand to the slaughter of citizens? You will go at last where your unbridled and mad desire has been long hurrying you, and this causes you no grief, but an incredible pleasure. Nature has formed you, desire has trained you, fortune has preserved you for this insanity. Not only did you never desire quiet, but you never even desired any war but a criminal one. You have collected a band of profligates and worthless men, abandoned not only by all fortune, but even by hope. Then what happiness will you enjoy? With what delight will you exult? In what pleasures will you revel, when in so numerous a body of friends you neither hear nor see one good man? All the toils you have gone through have always pointed to this sort of life. Your lying on the ground not merely to lie in wait to gratify your unclean desires, but even to accomplish crimes. Your vigilance, not only when plotting against the sleep of husbands, but also against the goods of your murdered victims, have all been preparations for this. Now you have an opportunity of displaying your splendid endurance of hunger, of cold, of want of everything, by which in a short time you will find yourself worn out. All this I effected when I procured your rejection from the consulship, that you should be reduced to make attempts on your country as an exile, instead of being able to distress it as consul, and that which had been wickedly undertaken by you should be called piracy rather than war. Now that I may remove and avert, O conscript fathers, any in the least reasonable complaint from myself, listen, I beseech you, carefully to what I say, and lay it up in your inmost hearts and minds. In truth, if my country, which is far dearer to me than my life, if all Italy, if the whole republic were to address me, quote, Marcus Tullius, what are you doing? Will you permit that man to depart whom you have ascertained to be an enemy, whom you see ready to become the general of the war, whom you know to be expected in the camp of the enemy as their chief, the author of this wickedness, the head of the conspiracy, the instigator of the slaves and abandoned citizens, so that he shall seem not driven out of the city by you, but let loose by you against the city? Will you not order him to be thrown into prison, to be hurried off to execution, to be put to death with the most prompt severity? What hinders you? Is it the custom of our ancestors? But even private men have often in this republic slain mischievous citizens. Is it the laws which have been passed about the punishment of Roman citizens? But in this city those who have rebelled against the republic have never had the rights of citizens. Do you fear odium with posterity? You are showing fine gratitude to the Roman people, who have raised you, a man known only by your own actions, of no ancestral renown, through all the degrees of honor at so early an age to the very highest office. If from fear of unpopularity or of any danger you neglect the safety of your fellow citizens. But if you have a fear of unpopularity, is that arising from the imputation of vigor and boldness, or that arising from that of inactivity and indecision most to be feared? When Italy is laid waste by war, when cities are attacked and houses in flames, do you not think that you will be then consumed by a perfect conflagration of hatred? End quote. To this holy address of the Republic, and to the feelings of those men who entertain the same opinion, I will make this short answer. If, O conscript fathers, I thought it best that Catiline should be punished with death, I would not have given the space of 1 hour to this gladiator to live in. If, forsooth, those excellent men in most illustrious cities not only did not pollute themselves, but even glorified themselves by the blood of Saturninus, and the Gracchi, and Flaccus, and many others of old time, surely I had no cause to fear lest by slaying this parasitical murderer of the citizens any unpopularity should accrue to me with posterity. And if it did threaten me to ever so great a degree, yet I have always been of the disposition to think unpopularity earned by virtue and glory, not unpopularity. Though there are some men in this body who either do not see what threatens, or dissemble what they do see, who have fed the hope of Catiline by mild sentiments, and have strengthened the rising conspiracy by not believing it, influenced by whose authority many, and they not wicked, but only ignorant, if I punished him, would say that I had acted cruelly and tyrannically. But I know that if he arrive at the camp of Manlius, to which he is going, there will be no one so stupid as not to see that there has been a conspiracy, no one so hardened as not to confess it. But if this man alone were put to death, I know that this disease of the Republic would be only checked for a while, not eradicated forever. But if he banish himself, and take with him all his friends, and collect at one point all the ruined men from every quarter, then not only will this full-grown plague of the Republic be extinguished and eradicated, but also the root and seed of all future evils. We have now, for a long time, O conscript fathers, lived among these dangers and machinations of conspiracy, but somehow or other the ripeness of all wickedness, and of this long-standing madness and audacity, has come to a head at the time of my consulship. But if this man alone is removed from this piratical crew, we may appear, perhaps, for a short time, relieved from fear and anxiety. But the danger will settle down and lie hidden in the veins and bowels of the Republic. As it often happens that men afflicted with a severe disease, when they are tortured with heat and fever, seem at first to be relieved if they drink cold water, but afterwards suffer more and more severely, so this disease which is in the Republic, if relieved by the punishment of this man, will only get worse and worse, as the rest will be still alive. Wherefore, O conscript fathers, let the worthless be gone. Let them separate themselves from the good. Let them collect in one place. Let them, as I have often said before, be separated from us by a wall. Let them cease to plot against the consul in his own house, to surround the tribunal of the city praetor, to besiege the senate house with swords, to prepare brands and torches to burn the city. Let it, in short, be written on the brow of every citizen what are his sentiments about the Republic. I promise you this, O conscript fathers, that there shall be so much diligence in us, the consuls, so much authority in you, so much virtue in the Roman knights, so much unanimity in all good men, that you shall see everything made plain and manifest by the departure of Catiline, everything checked and punished. With these omens, O Catiline, begone to your impious and nefarious war, to the great safety of the Republic, to your own misfortune and injury, and to the destruction of those who have joined themselves to you in every wickedness and atrocity. Then do you, O Jupiter, who are consecrated by Romulus with the same auspices as this city, whom we rightly call the stay of this city and empire, repel this man and his companions from your altars and from the other temples, from the houses and walls of the city, from the lives and fortunes of all the citizens, and overwhelm all the enemies of good men, the foes of the Republic, the robbers of Italy, men bound together by a treaty, an infamous alliance of crimes, dead and alive, with eternal punishments. End of section 73. Section 74 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Catiline's Departure by Marcus Tullius Cicero. From the Second Oration against Catiline. At length, O Romans, we have dismissed from the city, or driven out, or when he was departing of his own accord, we have pursued with words Lucius Catiline, mad with audacity, breathing wickedness, impiously planning mischief to his country, threatening fire and sword to you and to this city. He is gone. He has departed. He has disappeared. He has rushed out. No injury will now be prepared against these walls within the walls themselves by that monster and prodigy of wickedness. And we have, without controversy, defeated him, the sole general of this domestic war. For now that dagger will no longer hover about our sides. We shall not be afraid in the campus, in the forum, in the Senate House, aye, and within our own private walls. He was moved from his place when he was driven from the city. Now we shall openly carry on a regular war with an enemy without hindrance. Beyond all question, we ruin the man. We have defeated him splendidly when we have driven him from secret treachery into open warfare. But that he has not taken with him his sword red with blood as he intended, that he has left us alive, that we wrested the weapon from his hands, that he has left the citizens safe and the city standing, what great and overwhelming grief must you think that this is to him? Now he lies prostrate, O Romans, and feels himself stricken down and abject, and often casts back his eyes towards this city, which he mourns over as snatched from his jaws, but which seems to me to rejoice at having vomited forth such a pest, and cast it out of doors. But if there be any one of that disposition which all men should have, who yet blames me greatly for the very thing in which my speech exults and triumphs, namely, that I did not arrest so capital, so mortal an enemy rather than let him go, that is not my fault, O citizens, but the fault of the times. Lucius Catiline ought to have been visited with the severest punishment, and to have been put to death long since, and both the customs of our ancestors and the rigor of my office and the Republic demanded this of me. But how many, think you, were there who did not believe what I reported? How many who, out of stupidity, did not think so? How many who even defended him? How many who, out of their own depravity, favored him? If, in truth, I had thought that, if he were removed, all danger would be removed from you, I would long since have cut off Lucius Catiline, had it been at the risk not only of my popularity, but even of my life. But as I saw that, since the matter was not even then proved to all of you, if I had punished him with death, as he had deserved, I should be borne down by unpopularity, and so be unable to follow up his accomplices. I brought the business on to this point that you might be able to combat openly when you saw the enemy without disguise. But how exceedingly I think this enemy to be feared now that he is out of doors, you may see from this, that I am vexed even that he has gone from the city with but a small retinue. I wish he had taken with him all his forces. He has taken with him Tongalus, with whom he had been said to have a criminal intimacy, and Publicius and Munatius, whose debts contracted in taverns could cause no great disquietude to the Republic. He has left behind him others. You all know what men they are, how overwhelmed with debt, how powerful, how noble. Therefore, with our Gallic legions, and with the levies which Quintus Metellus has raised in the Picenian and Gallic territory, and with these troops which are every day being got ready by us, I thoroughly despise that army composed of desperate old men, of clownish profligates, and uneducated spendthrifts, of those who have preferred to desert their bail rather than that army, and which will fall to pieces if I show them not the battle array of our army, but an edict of the praetor. I wish he had taken with him those soldiers of his, whom I see hovering about the forum, standing about the Senate house, even coming into the Senate, who shine with ointment, who glitter in purple, and if they remain here, remember that that army is not so much to be feared by us as these men who have deserted the army. And they are the more to be feared, because they are aware that I know what they are thinking of, and yet they are not influenced by it. I know to whom Apulia has been allotted, who has Etruria, who the Picenian territory, who the Gallic district, who has begged for himself the office of spreading fire and sword by night through the city. They know that all the plans of the preceding night are brought to me. I laid them before the Senate yesterday. Catiline himself was alarmed and fled. Why do these men wait? Verily, they are greatly mistaken if they think that former lenity of mine will last forever. What I have been waiting for, that I have gained, namely, that you should all see that a conspiracy has been openly formed against the Republic, unless, indeed, there be anyone who thinks that those who are like Catiline do not agree with Catiline. There is not any longer room for lenity. The business itself demands severity. One thing even now I will grant: let them depart, let them be gone. Let them not suffer the unhappy Catiline to pine away for want of them. I will tell them the road. He went by the Aurelian road. If they make haste, they will catch him by the evening. O happy Republic, if it can cast forth these dregs of the Republic! Even now, when Catiline alone is got rid of, the Republic seems to me relieved and refreshed. For what evil or wickedness can be devised or imagined which he did not conceive? What prisoner, what gladiator, what thief, what assassin, what parricide, what forger of wills, what cheat, what debauchee, what spendthrift, what adulterer, what abandoned woman, what corrupter of youth, what profligate, what scoundrel can be found in all Italy who does not avow that he has been on terms of intimacy with Catiline? What murder has been committed for years without him? What nefarious act of infamy that has not been done by him? Array now, O Romans, against these splendid troops of Catiline, your guards and your armies, and first of all oppose to that worn-out and wounded gladiator your consuls and generals, then against that banished and enfeebled troop of ruined men lead out the flower and strength of all Italy. Instantly the cities of the colonies and municipalities will match the rustic mounds of Kathleen. And I will not condescend to compare the rest of your troops and equipments and guards with the want and destitution of that highwayman. But if, omitting all these things in which we are rich, and of which he is destitute, the Senate, the Roman knights, the people, the city, the treasury, the revenues, all Italy, all the provinces, foreign nations, if, I say, omitting all these things, we choose to compare the causes themselves, which are opposed to one another, we may understand from that alone how thoroughly prostrate they are. For on the one side are fighting modesty, on the other wantonness, on the one chastity, on the other uncleanness, on the one honesty, on the other fraud, on the one piety, on the other wickedness, on the one consistency, on the other insanity, on the one honor, on the other baseness, on the one continence, on the other lust. In short, equity, temperance, fortitude, prudence, all the virtues contend against iniquity with luxury, against indolence, against rashness, against all the vices. Lastly, abundance contends against destitution, good plans against baffled designs, wisdom against madness, well-founded hope against universal despair. In a contest and war of this sort, even if the zeal of men were to fail, will not the immortal gods compel such numerous and excessive vices to be defeated by these most eminent virtues? End of section 74. Section 75 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The Crucifixion of Gavius, by Marcus Tullius Cicero, from the Oration against Avarice. Why should I speak of Publius Gavius, a citizen of the municipality of Cosa, O judges? Or with what vigor of language, with what gravity of expression, with what grief of mind shall I mention him? But, indeed, that indignation fails me. I must take more care than usual that what I am going to say be worthy of my subject, worthy of the indignation which I feel. For the charge is of such a nature that when I was first informed of it, I thought I should not avail myself of it. For although I knew that it was entirely true, still I thought that it would not appear credible. Being compelled by the tears of all the Roman citizens who are living as traitors in Sicily, being influenced by the testimonies of the men of Valentia, most honorable men, and by those of all the Regions, and of many Roman knights who happened at that time to be at Messana, I produced at the previous pleading only just that amount of evidence which might prevent the matter from appearing doubtful to anyone. What shall I do now, when I have been speaking for so many hours of one class of offenses, and of that man's nefarious cruelty, when I have now expended nearly all my treasures of words of such a sort as are worthy of that man's wickedness on other matters, and have omitted to take precautions to keep your attention on the stretch, by diversifying my accusations? How am I to deal with an affair of the importance that this is? There is, I think, but one method, but one line open to me. I will place the matter plainly before you, which is of itself of such importance that there is no need of my eloquence, and eloquence indeed I have none, but there is no need of anyone's eloquence to excite your feelings. This Gavius, whom I am speaking of, a citizen of Cosa, when he, among that vast number of Roman citizens who had been treated in the same way, had been thrown by Avarice into prison, and somehow or other had escaped secretly out of the stone quarries, and had come to Messana, being now almost within sight of Italy and of the walls of Rhegium, and being revived, after that fear of death and that darkness, by the light, as it were, of liberty and of the fragrance of the laws, began to talk at Messana, and to complain that he, a Roman citizen, had been thrown into prison. He said that he was now going straight to Rome, and that he would meet Avarice on his arrival there. The miserable man was not aware that it made no difference whether he said this at Messana, or before the man's face in his own praetorian palace. For as I have shown you before, that man had selected this city as the assistant in his crimes, the receiver of his thefts, the partner in all his wickedness. Accordingly, Gavius is at once brought before the Mamertine magistrates, and as it happened, Avarice came on that very day to Messana. The matter is brought before him. He is told that the man was a Roman citizen, who was complaining that, at Syracuse, he had been confined in the stone quarries, and who, when he was actually embarking on board ship, and uttering violent threats against Avarice, had been brought back by them, and reserved in order that he himself might decide what should be done with him. He thanks the men, and praises their goodwill and diligence in his behalf. He himself, inflamed with wickedness and frenzy, comes into the forum. His eyes glared, cruelty was visible in his whole countenance. All men waited to see what steps he was going to take, what he was going to do, when all of a sudden he orders the man to be seized, and to be stripped, and bound in the middle of the forum, and the rods to be got ready. The miserable man cried out that he was a Roman citizen, a citizen also of the municipal town of Cosa, that he had served with Lucius Pretius, a most illustrious Roman knight, who was living as a trader at Panormus, and from whom Avarice might know that he was speaking the truth. Then Avarice says that he has ascertained that he had been sent into Sicily by the leaders of the runaway slaves in order to act as a spy, a matter as to which there was no witness, no trace, nor even the slightest suspicion in the mind of any one. Then he orders the man to be most violently scourged on all sides. In the middle of the forum of Messana, a Roman citizen, O judges, was beaten with rods, while in the meantime no groan was heard, no other expression was heard from that wretched man, amid all his pain, and between the sound of the blows, except these words, quote, "I am a citizen of Rome," end quote. He fancied that by this one statement of his citizenship he could ward off all blows and remove all torture from his person. He not only did not succeed in averting by his entreaties the violence of the rods, but as he kept on repeating his entreaties and the assertion of his citizenship, a cross, I say, was got ready for that miserable man who had never witnessed such a stretch of power. Oh, the sweet name of liberty! Oh, the admirable privileges of our citizenship! O Porcian law! O Sempronian laws! O power of the tribunes, bitterly regretted by, and at last restored to the Roman people! have all our rights fallen so far that in a province of the Roman people, in a town of our confederate allies, a Roman citizen should be bound in the forum and beaten with rods by a man who only had the fasces and the axes through the kindness of the Roman people? What shall I say? When fire and red-hot plates and other instruments of torture were employed, if the bitter entreaties and the miserable cries of that man had no power to restrain you, were you not moved even by the weeping and loud groans of the Roman citizens who were present at that time? Did you dare to drag anyone to the cross who said that he was a Roman citizen? If you, O Avarice, being taken among the Persians, or in the remotest parts of India, were being led to execution, what else would you cry out but that you were a Roman citizen? And if that name of your city, honored and renowned as it is among all men, would have availed you, a stranger among strangers, among barbarians, among men placed in the most remote and distant corners of the earth, ought not he, whoever he was, whom you were hurrying to the cross, who was a stranger to you, to have been able, when he said that he was a Roman citizen, to obtain from you the praetor, if not an escape, at least a respite from death, by his mention of and claims to citizenship? Men of no importance, born in an obscure rank, go to sea. They go to places which they have never seen before, where they can neither be known to the men among whom they have arrived, nor always find people to vouch for them. But still, owing to this confidence in the mere fact of their citizenship, they think that they shall be safe, not only among our own magistrates, who are restrained by fear of the laws and of public opinion, nor among our fellow citizens only, who are united with them by community of language, of rights, and of many other things, but wherever they come they think that this will be a protection to them. Take away this hope, take away this protection from Roman citizens, establish the fact that there is no assistance to be found in the words, quote, "I am a Roman citizen," end quote, that a praetor or any other officer may, with impunity, order any punishment he pleases to be inflicted on a man who says that he is a Roman citizen, though no one knows that it is not true, and at one blow, by admitting that defense, you cut off from the Roman citizens all the provinces and the kingdoms, all free cities, and indeed the whole world, which has hitherto been open, most especially to our countrymen. But why need I say more about Gavius? As if you were hostile to Gavius, and not rather an enemy to the name and class of citizens, and to all their rights? You were not, I say, an enemy to the individual, but to the common cause of liberty. For what was our object in ordering the Mamertimes, when, according to their regular custom and usage, they had erected the cross behind the city in the Pompeian road, to place it where it looked towards the strait, and, in adding, what you can by no means deny, what you said openly in the hearing of everyone, that you chose that place in order that the man who said that he was a Roman citizen might be able from his cross to behold Italy and to look toward his own home? And accordingly, O judges, that cross, for the first time since the foundation of Messana, was erected in that place. A spot commanding a view of Italy was picked out by that man for the express purpose that the wretched man who was dying in agony and torture might see that the rights of liberty and of slavery were only separated by a very narrow strait, and that Italy might behold her son murdered by the most miserable and most painful punishment appropriate to slaves alone. It is a crime to bind a Roman citizen. To scourge him is a wickedness. To put him to death is almost parricide. What shall I say of crucifying him? So guilty an action cannot by any possibility be adequately expressed by any name bad enough for it. Yet with all this, that man was not content. Quote, "Let him behold his country," said he. "Let him die within sight of laws and liberty." End quote. It was not Gavius. It was not one individual. I know not whom. It was not one Roman citizen. It was the common cause of freedom and citizenship that you exposed to that torture and nailed on that cross. But now consider the audacity of the man. Do not you think that he was indignant that he could not erect that cross for Roman citizens in the Forum, in the Comitium, in the very Rostra? For the place in his province which was the most like those places in celebrity, and the nearest to them in point of distance, he did select. He chose that monument of his wickedness and audacity to be in the sight of Italy, in the very vestibule of Sicily, within sight of all passers-by as they sailed to and fro. End of section 75. Section 76 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Supernatural Justice by Marcus Tullius Cicero. From the Oration for Milo. This investigation relates to the death of Publius Clodius. Imagine in your minds, for our thoughts are free, and contemplate whatever they choose in such a manner that we do discern those things which we think we see. Place, therefore, before your mind's eye, the image of this my condition, if I were able to induce you to acquit Milo, but still only on condition of Publius Clodius being restored to life. What fear is it you show by your countenances? How would he affect you if alive, when even now that he is dead, he has so agitated you by the bare thought of him? What? If Cnaeus Pompeius himself, who is a man of such virtue and such good fortune, that he has at all times been able to do things which no one, except him, ever could have done, if even he, I say, had been able, in the same manner as he has ordered an investigation into the death of Publius Clodius to take place, so also to raise him from the dead, which do you think he would have preferred to do? Even if out of friendship he had been willing to raise him from the shades below, out of regard for the Republic he would not have done it. You, then, are sitting now as avengers of the death of that man, whom you would not restore to life if you thought it possible that his life could be restored by you. And this investigation is appointed to be made into the death of a man who would never have seen such a law passed, if the law which ordered the inquiry had been able to restore him to life. Ought, then, the slayer of this man, if any such slayer there be, to have any reason, while confessing the deed, to fear punishment at the hand of those men whom he delivered by the deed? Grecian nations give the honors of the gods to those men who have slain tyrants. What have I not seen at Athens? What in other cities of Greece? What divine honors have I not seen paid to such men? What odes, what songs have I not heard in their praise? They are almost consecrated to immortality in the memories and worship of men. And will you not only abstain from conferring any honors on the Savior of so great a people, and the avenger of such enormous wickedness, but will you even allow him to be borne off for punishment? He would confess, I say, if he had done it, he would confess with a high and willing spirit that he had done it for the sake of the general liberty, a thing which would certainly deserve not only to be confessed by him, but even to be boasted of. In truth, if he does not deny an action from which he seeks no advantage beyond being pardoned for having done it, would he hesitate to avow an action for which he would be entitled to claim rewards? Unless, indeed, he thinks it more pleasing to you to look upon him as having been the defender of his own life, rather than of you, especially as from that confession, if you were to choose to be grateful, he would reap the very highest honors. If his actions were not approved of by you, although how is it possible that any one should not approve of what secured his own safety? But still, if the virtue of a most gallant man had happened to be at all unpleasing to his fellow citizens, then with a lofty and firm mind he would depart from an ungrateful city. For what could be more ungrateful than for all other men to be rejoicing, and for him alone to be mourning, to whom it was owing that the rest were rejoicing? Although we have all at all times been of this disposition with respect to crushing traitors to our country, that since the glory would be ours, we should consider the danger and the unpopularity ours also. For what praise should I have deserved to have given to me when I showed so much courage in my consulship on behalf of you and your children, if I had supposed that I could venture on the exploits which I was attempting without very great struggles and dangers to myself? What woman is there who would not dare to slay a wicked and mischievous citizen if she were not afraid of the danger of the attempt? But the man who, though unpopularity and death and punishment are before his eyes, still ventures to defend the Republic with no less alacrity than if no such evils threatened him, he deserves to be considered really a man. It behooves a grateful people to reward those citizens who have deserved well of the Republic. It is the part of a brave man not to be so moved even by execution itself as to repent of having acted bravely. Wherefore Titus Annius may well make the same confession which Ahala made, which Nasica, which Opimius, which Marius, which we ourselves have made, and then, if the Republic were grateful, he would rejoice. If ungrateful, then, though under the pressure of heavy misfortune, he would still be supported by his own conscience. But, O judges, the fortune of the Roman people and your felicity and the immortal gods all think that they are entitled to your gratitude for this service, which has been thus done to you. Nor, indeed, can anyone think otherwise, except it be a man who thinks that there is no such thing at all as any divine power or authority, a man who is neither moved by the vastness of your empire, nor by that sun above us, nor by the motions of heaven and of the stars, nor by the vicissitudes and regular order of things, nor, and that is the greatest thing of all, by the wisdom of our ancestors, who both themselves cultivated with the most holy reverence the sacred rites and religious ceremonies and auspices, and also handed them down to us, their posterity, to be so cultivated by us. There is indeed such a heavenly power. It is not the truth that in these bodies and in this feebleness of ours there is something which is vigorous and endued with feeling, and nothing which is so in this vast and beautiful movement of nature. Unless perhaps some people think that there is no such thing in existence, because it is not apparent nor visible, just as if we were able to see our own mind, that by which we are wise, by which we have foresight, by which we do and say these very things which we are doing and saying, or as if we could plainly feel what sort of thing it is, or where it is. That divine power, that very same divine power which has often brought incredible prosperity and power to this city, has extinguished and destroyed this mischief, by first of all inspiring it with the idea of venturing to irritate by violence, and to attack with the sword the bravest of men, and so leading it on to be defeated by the man whom, if it had only been able to defeat, it would have enjoyed endless license and impunity. That result was brought about, O judges, not by human wisdom, nor even by any moderate degree of care on the part of the immortal gods. In truth, those very holy places themselves, which beheld that monster fall, appear to have been moved themselves, and to have asserted their rights over him. I implore you, I call you to witness. You, I say, O ye Alban hills and groves, and you, O ye altars of the Albans, now overthrown, but nevertheless partners of, and equals in honor with the sacred rights of the Roman people, ye whom that man with headlong insanity, having cut down and destroyed the most holy groves, had overwhelmed with his insane masses of buildings, it was your power then that prevailed. It was the divinity of your altars, the religious reverence due to you, and which he had profaned by every sort of wickedness that prevailed. And you too, O sacred Jupiter of Latium, whose lakes and groves and boundaries he had constantly polluted with every sort of abominable wickedness and debauchery, you, at last, from your high and holy mountain, opened your eyes for the purpose of punishing him. It is to you, to all of you, that those punishments, late indeed, but still just and well deserved, have been made an atonement for his wickedness. End of section 76. Section 77 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Cato and the Stoics, by Marcus Tullius Cicero. From the oration defending Lucius Murena against a charge of bribery. I come now to Marcus Cato, who is the mainstay and prop of the whole prosecution, who is, however, so zealous and vehement a prosecutor that I am much more afraid of the weight of his name than of his accusation. And with respect to this accuser, O judges, first of all I will entreat you not to let Cato's dignity, nor your expectation of his tribuneship, nor the high reputation and virtue of his whole life, be any injury to Lucius Murena. Let not all the honors of Marcus Cato, which he has acquired in order to be able to assist many men, be an injury to my client alone. Publius Africanus had been twice consul, and had destroyed those two terrors of this empire, Carthage and Numantia, when he prosecuted Lucius Cotta. He was a man of the most splendid eloquence, of the greatest good faith, of the purest integrity. His authority was as great almost as that of the Roman people itself, in that empire which had been mainly saved by his means. I have often heard old men say that this very extraordinarily high character of the accuser was of the greatest service to Lucius Cotta. Those wise men who then were the judges in that cause did not like anyone to be defeated in any trial, if he was to appear overwhelmed only by the excessive influence of his adversary. What more shall I say? Did not the Roman people deliver Sergius Galba? The fact is preserved in the recollection of every one. From your grandfather, that most intrepid and prosperous man, Marcus Cato, who was zealously seeking his ruin? At all times in this city, the whole people, and also the judges, wise men, looking far into futurity, have resisted the overweening power of prosecutors. I do not like an accuser bringing his personal power, or any predominant influence, or his own eminent authority, or his own excessive popularity, into a court of justice. Let all these things have weight to ensure the safety of the innocent, to aid the weak, to succor the unfortunate. But in a case where the danger and ruin of citizens may ensue, let them be rejected. For if, perchance, any one should say that Cato would not have come forward as an accuser if he had not previously made up his mind about the justice of the cause, he will then be laying down a most unjust law, O judges, and establishing a miserable condition for men in their danger, if he thinks that the opinion of an accuser is to have against a defendant the weight of a previous investigation legally conducted. I, O Cato, do not venture to find fault with your intentions, by reason of my extraordinarily high opinion of your virtue, but in some particulars I may perhaps be able slightly to amend and reform them. Quote, "You are not very wrong," end quote, said an aged tutor to a very brave man. Quote, "But if you are wrong, I can set you right." End quote. But I can say with the greatest truth that you never do wrong, and that your conduct is never such in any point as to need correction, but only such as occasionally to require being guided a little. For nature has herself formed you for honesty and gravity and moderation and magnanimity and justice, and for all the virtues required to make a great and noble man. To all these qualities are added an education, not moderate nor mild, but, as it seems to me, a little harsh and severe, more so than either truth or nature would permit. And since we are not to address this speech either to an ignorant multitude, or to any assembly of rustics, I will speak a little boldly about the pursuits of educated men, which are both well known and agreeable to you, O judges, and to me. Learn then, O judges, that all these good qualities, divine and splendid as they are, which we behold in Marcus Cato, are his own peculiar attributes. The qualities which we sometimes wish for in him are not all those which are implanted in a man by nature, but some of them are such as are derived from education. For there was once a man of the greatest genius, whose name was Zeno, the imitators of whose example are called Stoics. His opinions and precepts are of this sort, that a wise man is never influenced by interest, never pardons any man's fault, that no one is merciful except a fool and a trifler, that it is not the part of a man to be moved or pacified by entreaties, that wise men, let them be ever so deformed, are the only beautiful men. If they be ever such beggars, they are the only rich men. If they be in slavery, they are kings. And as for all of us who are not wise men, they call us runaway slaves, exiles, enemies, lunatics. They say that all offenses are equal, that every sin is an unpardonable crime, and that he does not commit a less crime who kills a cock, if there was no need to do so, than the man who strangles his father. They say that a wise man never feels uncertain on any point, never repents anything, is never deceived in anything, and never alters his opinion. All these opinions that most acute man, Marcus Cato, having been induced by learned advocates of them, has embraced, and that not for the sake of arguing about them, as is the case with most men, but of living by them. Do the publicans ask for anything? Quote, take care that their influence has no weight. End quote. Do any suppliants, miserable and unhappy men, come to us? Quote, you will be a wicked and infamous man if you do anything from being influenced by mercy. End quote. Does any one confess he has done wrong and beg pardon for his wrongdoing? Quote, to pardon is a crime of the deepest dye. End quote. Quote, but it is a trifling offense. End quote. Quote, all offenses are equal. End quote. You say something, quote, that is a fixed and unalterable principle. End quote. Quote, you are influenced not by the facts, but by your opinion. End quote. Quote, a wise man never forms mere opinions. End quote. Quote, you have made a mistake in some point. End quote. He thinks that you are abusing him, and in accordance with these principles of his are the following assertions. Quote, I said in the Senate that I would prosecute one of the candidates for the consulship. End quote. Quote, you said that when you were angry. End quote. Quote, a wise man is never angry. End quote. Quote, but you said it for some temporary purpose. End quote. Quote, it is the act, says he, of a worthless man to deceive by a lie. It is a disgraceful act to alter one's opinion. To be moved by entreaties is wickedness. To pity any one is an enormity. End quote. But our philosophers, for I confess, O Cato, that I too in my youth, distrusting my own abilities, sought assistance from learning. Our philosophers, I say, men of the school of Plato and Aristotle, men of soberness and moderation, say that private interest does sometimes have weight, even with a wise man. They say that it does become a virtuous man to feel pity, that there are different gradations of offenses, and different degrees of punishment appropriate to each, that a man with every proper regard for firmness may pardon offenses, that even the wise man himself has sometimes nothing more than opinion to go upon, without absolute certainty, that he is sometimes angry, that he is sometimes influenced and pacified by entreaty, that he sometimes does change an opinion which he may have expressed, when it is better to do so, that he sometimes abandons his previous opinions altogether, and that all his virtues are tempered by a certain moderation. If any chance, O Cato, had conducted you, endowed with your existing natural disposition, to those tutors, you would not indeed have been a better man than you are, nor a braver one, nor more temperate, nor more just than you are, for that is not possible, but you would have been a little more inclined to lenity. You would not, when you were not induced by any enmity, or provoked by any personal injury, accuse a most virtuous man, a man of the highest rank and the greatest integrity. You would consider that as fortune had entrusted the guardianship of the same year to you and to Morena, that you were connected with him by some certain political union, and the severe things which you have said in the Senate you would either not have said, or you would have guarded against their being applied to him, or you would have interpreted them in the mildest sense. And even you yourself, at least that is my opinion and expectation, excited as you are at present by the impetuosity of your disposition, and elated as you are both by the vigor of your natural character and by your confidence in your own ability, and inflamed as you are by your recent study of all these precepts, will find practice modify them, and time and increasing years soften and humanize you. In truth, those tutors and teachers of virtue, whom you think so much of, appear to me themselves to have carried their definitions of duties somewhat further than is agreeable to nature, and it would be better if, when we had in theory pushed our principles to extremities, yet in practice we stopped at what was expedient. Quote, "Forgive nothing," end quote. Say, rather, forgive some things, but not everything. Quote, "Do nothing for the sake of private influence," end quote. Certainly resist private influence when virtue and good faith require you to do so. Quote, "Do not be moved by pity," end quote. Certainly, if it is to extinguish all impartiality, nevertheless there is some credit due to humanity. Quote, "Abide by your own opinion," end quote. Very true, unless some other sounder opinion convinces you. That great Scipio was a man of this sort, who had no objection to do the same thing that you do, to keep a most learned man, a man of almost divine wisdom, in his house, by whose conversation and precepts, although they were the very same that you are so fond of, he was nevertheless not made more severe, but, as I have heard said by old men, he was rendered most merciful. And who was more mild in his manners than Caius Laelius? Who was more agreeable than he, devoted to the same studies as you? Who was more virtuous or more wise than he? I might say the same of Lucius Philus and of Caius Gallus, but I will conduct you now into your own house. Do you think that there was any man more courteous, more agreeable, any one whose conduct was more completely regulated by every principle of virtue and politeness than Cato, your great-grandfather? And when you were speaking with truth and dignity of his virtue, you said that you had a domestic example to imitate. That, indeed, is an example set up for your imitation in your own family, and the similarity of nature ought rather to influence you, who are descended from him, than any one of us. But still, that example is as much an object for my imitation as for yours. But if you were to add to his courtesy and affability to your own wisdom and impartiality, I will not say that those qualities which are now most excellent will be made intrinsically better, but they will certainly be more agreeably seasoned. Wherefore, to return to the subject which I began to speak of, take away the name of Cato out of the cause, remove and leave out of the question all mention of authority, which, in courts of justice, ought either to have no influence at all, or only influence to contribute to someone's safety, and discuss with me the charges themselves. What do you accuse him of, Cato? What action of his is it that you bring before the court? What is your charge? Do you accuse him of bribery? I do not defend bribery. You blame me because you say I am defending the very conduct which I brought in a law to punish. I punished bribery, not innocence. And any real case of bribery I will join you in prosecuting, if you please. You have said that a resolution of the Senate was passed, on my motion, quote, that if any men who had been bribed had gone to meet the candidates, if any hired men followed them, if places were given men to see the show of gladiators, according to their tribes, and also if dinners were given to the common people, that appeared to be a violation of Calpurnian law. End quote. Therefore, the Senate decides that these things were done in violation of the Calpurnian law, if they were done at all. It decides what there is not the least occasion for, out of complaisance for the candidates. For there is a great question whether such things have been done or not. That, if they have been done, they were done in violation of the law, no one can doubt. It is, therefore, ridiculous to leave that uncertain which was doubtful, but to give a positive decision on that point which can be doubtful to no one. And that decree is passed at the request of all candidates, in order that it might be quite impossible to make out from the resolution of the Senate whose interests were consulted, or against whose interests it was passed. Prove, then, that these actions have been done by Lucius Murena, and then I will grant to you that they have been done in violation of the law. But I must change my tone, for Cato argues with me on rigid and stoic principles. He says that it is not true that goodwill is conciliated by food. He says that men's judgments in the important business of electing to magistracies ought not to be corrupted by pleasures. Therefore, if any one, to promote his canvass, invites another to supper, he must be condemned. Quote, shall you, says he, seek to obtain supreme power, supreme authority, and the helm of the republic by encouraging men's sensual appetites, by soothing their minds, by tendering luxuries to them? Are you asking employment as a pimp from a band of luxurious youths, or the sovereignty of the world from the Roman people? End quote. An extraordinary sort of speech. But our usages, our way of living, our manners, and the Constitution itself rejects it. For the Lacedaemonians, the original authors of that way of living, and of that sort of language, men who lie at their daily meals on hard oak benches, and the Cretans, of whom no one ever lies down to eat at all, have neither of them preserved their political constitutions, or their power better than the Romans, who set apart times for pleasure, as well as times for labor? For one of those nations was destroyed by a single invasion of our army. The other only preserves its discipline and its laws by means of the protection afforded to it by our supremacy. Do not, then, O Cato, blame with too great severity of language the principles of our ancestors, which facts, and the length of time that our power has flourished under them, justify. There was, in the time of our ancestors, a learned man of the same sect, an honorable citizen, and one of high rank, Quintus Tubero. He, when Quintus Maximus was giving a feast to the Roman people, in the name of his uncle Africanus, was asked by Maximus to prepare a couch for the banquet, as Tubero was a son of the sister of the same Africanus. And he, a most learned man and a Stoic, covered for that occasion some couches, made in the Carthaginian fashion, with a skin of kids, and exhibited some Samian vessels, as if Diogenes the Cynic had been dead, and not as if he were paying respect to the obsequies of that godlike Africanus, a man with respect to whom Maximus, when he was pronouncing his funeral panegyric on the day of his death, expressed his gratitude to the immortal gods for having caused that man to be born in this republic above all others, for that it was quite inevitable that the sovereignty of the world must belong to that state of which he was a citizen. At the celebration of the obsequies of such a man, the Roman people were very indignant at the perverse wisdom of Tubero, and therefore he, a most upright man, a most virtuous citizen, though he was the grandson of Lucius Paulus, the sister's son, as I have said before, of Publius Africanus, lost the praetorship by his kid skins. The Roman people disapproves of private luxury, but admires public magnificence. It does not love profuse banquets, still less does it love sordid and uncivilized behavior. It makes a proper distinction between different duties and different seasons, and allows the vicissitudes of labor and pleasure. For as to what you say, that it is not right for men's minds to be influenced in appointing magistrates by any other consideration than that of the worth of the candidates, this principle even you yourself, you, a man of greatest worth, do not in every case adhere to. For why do you ask anyone to take pains for you, to assist you? You ask me to make you governor over myself, to entrust myself to you. What is the meaning of this? Ought I to be asked this by you? Or should not you rather be asked by me to undertake labor and danger for the sake of my safety? Nay, more, why is it that you have a nomenclator with you? For in doing so you are practicing a trick and a deceit. For if it be an honorable thing for your fellow citizens to be addressed by name by you, it is a shameful thing for them to be better known to your servant than to yourself. If, though, you know them yourself, it seems better to use a prompter. Why do you sometimes address them before he has whispered their names in your ear? Why, again, when he has reminded you of them, do you salute them as if you knew them yourself? And why, after you are once elected, are you more careless about saluting them at all? If you regulate all these things by the usages of the city, it is all right. But if you choose to weigh them by the precepts of your sect, they will be found to be entirely wrong. Those enjoyments, then, of games and gladiators and banquets, all of which our ancestors desired, are not to be taken away from the Roman people, nor ought candidates to be forbidden the exercise of that kindness, which is liberality rather than bribery. Oh, but it is the interest of the Republic that has induced you to become a prosecutor. I do believe, O Cato, that you have come forward under the influence of those feelings, and of that opinion. But you err out of ignorance. That which I am doing, O judges, I am doing out of regard to my friendship for Lucius Murena, and to his own worth, and I also do assert and call you all to witness that I am doing it for the sake of peace, of tranquility, of concord, of liberty, of safety, aye, even for the sake of the lives of us all. End of section 77. Section 78 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. For the Poet Archias, Part 1. By Marcus Tullius Cicero. Prosecuted on a charge of falsely claiming to be a Roman citizen. If there be any natural ability in me, O judges, and I know how slight that is, or if I have any practice as a speaker, and in that line I do not deny that I have some experience, or if I have any method in my oratory, drawn from my study of the liberal sciences, and from that careful training to which I admit that at no part of my life have I ever been disinclined, certainly, of all those qualities, this Aulus Licinius is entitled to be among the first to claim the benefit from me as his peculiar right. For as far as ever my mind can look back upon the space of time that is past, and recall the memory of its earliest youth, tracing my life from that starting point, I see that Archias was the principal cause of my undertaking, and the principal means of my mastering those studies. And if this voice of mine, formed by his encouragement and his precepts, has at times been the instrument of safety to others, undoubtedly we ought, as far as lies in our power, to help and save the very man from whom we have received that gift which has enabled us to bring help to many and salvation to some. And lest any one should perchance marvel at this being said by me, as the chief of his ability consists in something else, and not in this system and practice of eloquence, he must be told that even we ourselves have never been wholly devoted to this study. In truth, all the arts which concern the civilizing and humanizing of men have some link which binds them together, and are, as it were, connected by some relationship to one another. And that it may not appear marvelous to any one of you, that I, in a formal proceeding like this, and in a regular court of justice, when an action is being tried before a praetor of the Roman people, a most eminent man, and before most impartial judges, before such an assembly and multitude of people as I see around me, employ this style of speaking, which is at variance, not only with the ordinary usages of courts of justice, but with the general style of forensic pleading. I entreat you in this cause to grant me this indulgence, suitable to this defendant, and as I trust not disagreeable to you. The indulgence, namely, of allowing me, when speaking in defense of a most sublime poet and most learned man, before this concourse of highly educated citizens, before this most polite and accomplished assembly, and before such a praetor as him who is presiding at this trial, to enlarge with a little more freedom than usual on the study of polite literature and refined arts, and, speaking in the character of such a man as that, who, owing to the tranquillity of his life and the studies to which he has devoted himself, has but little experience of the dangers of a court of justice, to employ a new and unusual style of oratory. And if I feel that that indulgence is given and allowed me by you, I will soon cause you to think that this Aulus Licinius is a man who not only, now that he is a citizen, does not deserve to be expunged from the list of citizens, but that he is worthy, even if he were not one, of being now made a citizen. For when first Archias grew out of childhood, and out of the studies of those arts by which young boys are gradually trained and refined, he devoted himself to the study of writing, first of all at Antioch, for he was born there, and was of high rank there, formerly an illustrious and wealthy city, and the seat of learned men and of liberal sciences, and there it was his lot speedily to show himself superior to all in ability and credit. Afterward, in the other parts of Asia and over all Greece, his arrival was so talked of wherever he came that the anxiety with which he was expected was even greater than the fame of his genius. But the admiration which he excited when he had arrived exceeded even the anxiety with which he was expected. Italy was at that time full of Greek science and of Greek systems, and these studies were at that time cultivated in Latium with greater zeal than they now are in the same towns, and here, too, at Rome, on account of the tranquil state of the Republic at that time, they were far from neglected. Therefore the people of Tarentum and Rhegium and Neapolis presented him with the freedom of the city and with other gifts, and all men who were capable of judging of genius thought him deserving of their acquaintance and hospitality. When, from this great celebrity of his, he had become known to us, though absent, he came to Rome in the consulship of Marius and Catullus. It was his lot to have those men as his first consuls, the one of whom could supply him with the most illustrious achievements to write about. The other could give him not only exploits to celebrate, but his ears and judicious attention. Immediately the Luculi, though Archias was as yet but a youth, received him in their house. But it was not only to his genius and his learning, but also to his natural disposition and virtue, that it must be attributed that the house, which was the first to be opened to him in his youth, is also the one in which he lives most familiarly in his old age. He at that time gained the affection of Quintus Metellus, that great man who was the conqueror of Numidia, and his son Pius. He was eagerly listened to by Marcus Aemilius. He associated with Quintus Catullus, both with the father and the sons. He was highly respected by Lucius Crassus. And as for the Luculi and the Drusus and the Octavii and Cato and the whole family of the Hortensii, he was on terms of the greatest possible intimacy with all of them, and was held by them in the greatest honor. For not only did every one cultivate his acquaintance who wished to learn or to hear anything, but even every one pretended to have such a desire. In the meantime, after a sufficiently long interval, having gone with Lucius Lucullus into Sicily, and having afterward departed from that province in the company of the same Lucullus, he came to Heraclea. And as that city was one which enjoyed all the rights of a confederate city to their full extent, he became desirous of being enrolled as a citizen of it. And being thought deserving of such a favor for his own sake, when aided by the influence and authority of Lucullus, he easily obtained it from the Heracleans. The freedom of the city was given him in accordance with the provisions of the law of Silvanus and Carbo. Quote, "If any men had been enrolled as citizens of the confederate cities, and if, at the time that the law was passed, they had a residence in Italy, and if, within 60 days, they had made a return of themselves to the praetor." End quote. As he had now had a residence at Rome for many years, he returned himself as a citizen to the praetor, Quintus Metellus, his most intimate friend. If we have nothing else to speak about except the rights of citizenship and the law, I need say no more. The cause is over. For which of all these statements, O Gratias, can be invalidated? Will you deny that he was enrolled at the time I speak of as a citizen of Heraclea? There is a man present of the very highest authority, a most scrupulous and truthful man, Lucius Lucullus, who will tell you not that he thinks it, but that he knows it, not that he has heard of it, but that he saw it, not even that he was present when it was done, but that he actually did it himself. Deputies from Heraclea are present, men of the highest rank. They have come expressly on account of this trial, with a commission from their city, and to give evidence on the part of their city, and they say that he was enrolled as a Heraclean. On this you ask for the public registers of the Heracleans, which we all know were destroyed in the Italian War, when the register office was burned. It is ridiculous to say nothing to the proofs which we have, but to ask for proofs which it is impossible for us to have, to disregard the recollection of men, and to appeal to the memory of documents. And when you have the conscientious evidence of a most honorable man, the oath and good faith of a most respectable municipality, to reject those things which cannot by any possibility be tampered with, and to demand documentary evidence, though you say at the same moment that is constantly played tricks with, quote, but he had no residence at Rome, end quote. What, not he who for so many years before the freedom of the city was given to him had established the abode of all his property and fortunes at Rome? Quote, but he did not return himself, end quote. Indeed he did, and in that return which alone obtains with the College of Praetors the authority of a public document. For as the returns of Appius were said to have been kept carelessly, and as the trifling conduct of Gabinius, before he was convicted, and his misfortune after his condemnation, had taken away all credit from public registers, Metellus, the most scrupulous and moderate of all men, was so careful that he came to Lucius Lentulus, the praetor, and to the judges, and said that he was greatly vexed at an erasure which appeared in one name. In these documents, therefore, you will see no erasure affecting the name of Aulus Licinius, and as this is the case, what reason have you for doubting about his citizenship, especially as he was enrolled as a citizen of other cities also? In truth, as men in Greece were in the habit of giving rights of citizenship to many men of very ordinary qualifications, and endowed with no talents at all, or with very moderate ones, without any payment, it is likely, I suppose, that the Rhegians and the Locrians and the Neapolitans and the Tarentines should have been unwilling to give to this man, enjoying the highest possible reputation for genius, what they were in the habit of giving even to theatrical artists. What when other men who not only after the freedom of the city had been given, but even after the passing of the Papian law, crept somehow or other into the registers of those municipalities, shall he be rejected who does not avail himself of those other lists in which he is enrolled, because he always wished to be considered a Heraclean? You demand to see our own censor's returns. I suppose no one knows that at the time of the last census he was with that most illustrious general, Lucius Lucullus, with the army, that at the time of the preceding one he was with the same man when he was in Asia, as a questor, and that in the census before that, when Julius and Crassus were censors, no regular account of the people was taken. But since the census does not confirm the right of citizenship, but only indicates that he, who is returned in the census, did at that time claim to be considered as a citizen, I say that, at that time, when you say, in your speech for the prosecution, that he did not even himself consider that he had any claim to the privileges of a Roman citizen, he more than once made a will according to our laws, and he entered upon inheritances left him by Roman citizens, and he was made honorable mention of by Lucius Lucullus, both as praetor and as consul, in the archives kept in the treasury. You must rely wholly on what arguments you can find, for he will never be convicted either by his own opinion of his case, or by that which is formed of it by his friends. End of section 78. Section 79 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. For the Poet Archias, Part 2. By Marcus Tullius Cicero. You ask us, O Gratius, why we are so exceedingly attached to this man? Because he supplies us with food, whereby our mind is refreshed after this noise in the forum, and with rest for our ears after they have been wearied with bad language. Do you think it possible that we could find a supply for our daily speeches, when discussing such a variety of matters, unless we were to cultivate our minds by the study of literature, or that our minds could bear being kept so constantly on the stretch, if we did not relax them by that same study? But I confess that I am devoted to those studies. Let others be ashamed of them if they have buried themselves in books without being able to produce anything out of them for the common advantage, or anything which may bear the eyes of men and delight. But why need I be ashamed, who for many years have lived in such a manner as never to allow my own love of tranquillity to deny me to the necessity or advantage of another, or my fondness for pleasure to distract, or even sleep to delay my attention to such claims? Who then can reproach me, or who has any right to be angry with me, if I allow myself as much time for the cultivation of these studies as some take for the performance of their own business, or for celebrating days of festival and games, or for other pleasures, or even for the rest and refreshment of mind and body, or as others devote to early banquets, to playing at dice, or at ball? And this ought to be permitted to me, because by these studies my power of speaking and those faculties are improved, which, as far as they do exist in me, have never been denied to my friends when they have been in peril. And if that ability appears to any one to be but moderate, at all events I know whence I derive those principles which are of the greatest value. For if I had not persuaded myself from my youth upward, both by the precepts of many masters, and by much reading, that there is nothing in life greatly to be desired, except praise and honor, and that while pursuing those things, all tortures of the body, all dangers of death and banishment, are to be considered but of small importance, I should never have exposed myself, in defense of your safety, to such numerous and arduous contests, and to these daily attacks of profligate men. But all books are full of such precepts, and all the sayings of philosophers and all antiquity are full of precedents teaching the same lesson. But all these things would lie buried in darkness if the light of literature and learning were not applied to them. How many images of the bravest men, carefully elaborated, have both the Greek and Latin writers bequeathed to us, not merely for us to look at and gaze upon, but also for our imitation. And I, always keeping them before my eyes as examples for my own public conduct, have endeavored to model my mind and views by continually thinking of those excellent men. Some one will ask, quote, what were those identical great men whose virtues have been recorded in books, accomplished in all that learning which you are extolling so highly? End quote. It is difficult to assert this of all of them, but still I know what answer I can make to that question. I admit that many men have existed of admirable disposition and virtue, who, without learning, by the almost divine instinct of their own mere nature, have been, of their own accord, as it were, moderate and wise men. I even add this, that very often nature without learning has had more to do with leading men to credit and to virtue than learning when not assisted by a good natural disposition. And I also contend that when to an excellent and admirable natural disposition there is added a certain system and training of education, then from that combination arises an extraordinary perfection of character, such as is seen in that godlike man whom our fathers saw in their time, Africanus, and in Caius Laelius and Lucius Furius, most virtuous and moderate men, and in that most excellent man, the most learned man of his time, Marcus Cato the elder. And all these men, if they had been to derive no assistance from literature in the cultivation and practice of virtue, would never have applied themselves to the study of it. Though even if there were no such great advantage to be reaped from it, and if it were only pleasure that is sought from these studies, still I imagine you would consider it a most reasonable and liberal employment of the mind. For other occupations are not suited to every time, nor to every age or place. But these studies are the food of youth, the delight of old age, the ornament of prosperity, the refuge and comfort of adversity, a delight at home, and no hindrance abroad. They are companions by night, and in travel, and in the country. And if we ourselves were not able to arrive at these advantages, nor even taste them with our senses, still we should have admired them, even when we saw them in others. Who of us was so ignorant and brutal a disposition as not lately to be grieved at the death of Rosius, who, though he was an old man when he died, yet, on account of the excellence and beauty of his art, appeared to be one who on every account ought not to have died. Therefore had he by the gestures of his body gained so much of our affections, and shall we disregard the incredible movements of the mind and the rapid operations of genius? How often have I seen this man, Archias, O judges, for I will take advantage of your kindness, since you listen to me so attentively while speaking in this unusual manner, how often have I seen him, when he had not written a single word, repeat extempore a great number of admirable verses on the very events which were passing at that moment? How often have I seen him go back and describe the same thing over again with an entire change of language and ideas, and what he wrote with care and with much thought, that I have seen admired to such a degree as to equal the credit of even the writings of the ancients? Should not I, then, love this man? Should not I admire him? Should not I think it my duty to defend him in every possible way? And indeed we have constantly heard from men of the greatest eminence and learning that the study of other sciences was made up of learning and rules and regular method, but that a poet was such by the unassisted work of nature, and was moved by the vigor of his own mind, and was inspired, as it were, by some divine wrath. Wherefore rightly does our own great Ennius call poets holy, because they seem to be recommended to us by some especial gift, as it were, and liberality of the gods. Let then, judges, this name of poet, this name which no barbarians even have ever disregarded, be holy in your eyes, men of cultivated minds as you all are. Rocks and deserts reply to the poet's voice. Savage beasts are often moved and arrested by song. And shall we, who have been trained in the pursuit of the most virtuous acts, refuse to be swayed by the voice of poets? The Colophonians say that Homer was their citizen. The Chians claim him as theirs. The Salaminians assert their right to him. But the men of Smyrna loudly assert him to be a citizen of Smyrna, and they have even raised a temple to him in their city. Many other places also fight with one another for the honor of being his birthplace. They then claim a stranger, even after his death, because he was a poet. Shall we reject this man while he is alive, a man who, by his own inclination and by our laws, does actually belong to us, especially when Archias has employed all his genius with the utmost zeal in celebrating the glory and renown of the Roman people? For when a young man he touched on our wars against the Cimbri, and gained the favor even of Caius Marius himself, a man who, as a rule, was proof against this sort of study. For there was no one so disinclined to the Muses as not willingly to endure that the praise of his labors should be made immortal by means of verse. They say that the great Themistocles, the greatest man that Athens produced, said when someone asked him what sound or whose voice he took the greatest delight in hearing, quote, "The voice of that by whom his own exploits were best celebrated." End quote. Therefore the great Marius was also exceedingly attached to Lucius Plotius, because he thought that the achievement which he had performed could be celebrated by his genius. And the whole Mithridatic war, great and difficult as it was, and carried on with so much diversity of fortune, by land and sea, has been related at length by him, and the books in which that is sung of not only make illustrious Lucius Lucullus, that most gallant and celebrated man, but they do honor also to the Roman people. For while Lucullus was general, the Roman people opened Pontus, though it was defended both by the resources of the king and by the character of the country itself. Under the same general, the army of the Roman people, with no very great numbers, routed the countless hosts of the Armenians. It is the glory of the Roman people that, by the wisdom of that same general, the city of Cyzicenus, most friendly to us, was delivered and preserved from all the attacks of the kind, and from the very jaws, as it were, of the whole war. Ours is the glory which will be forever celebrated, which is derived from the fleet of the enemy, which was sunk after its admirals had been slain, and from the marvelous naval battle off Tenedos. Those trophies belong to us, those monuments are ours, those triumphs are ours. Therefore, I say, that the men by whose genius these exploits are celebrated make illustrious at the same time the glory of the Roman people. Our countryman Ennius was dear to the elder Africanus, and even on the tomb of the Scipios his effigy is believed to be visible, carved in the marble. But undoubtedly it is not only the men who are themselves praised who are done honor to by those praises, but the name of the Roman people also is adorned by them. Cato, the ancestor of this Cato, is extolled to the skies. Great honor is paid to the exploits of the Roman people. Lastly, all those great men, the Maximi, the Marcelli, the Fulvii, are done honor to, not without all of us having also a share in the panegyric. Therefore our ancestors received the man who was the cause of all this, a man of Rudiae, into their city as a citizen. And shall we reject from our city a man of Heraclea, a man sought by many cities, and made a citizen of ours by these very laws? For if any one thinks that there is a smaller gain of glory derived from Greek verses than from Latin ones, he is greatly mistaken. Because Greek poetry is read among all nations, Latin is confined to its own natural limits, which are narrow enough. Wherefore, if those achievements which we have performed are limited only by the bounds of the whole world, we ought to desire that, wherever our vigor and our arms have penetrated, our glory and our fame should likewise extend. Because, as this is always an ample reward for those people whose achievements are the subject of writings, so especially is it the greatest inducement to encounter labors and dangers to all men who fight for themselves for the sake of glory. How many historians of his exploits is Alexander the Great said to have had with him? And he, when standing on Cape Sigium at the grave of Achilles, said, quote, "O happy youth, to find Homer as the panegyrist of your glory." End quote. And he said the truth, for if the Iliad had not existed, the same tomb which covered his body would have also buried his renown. What, did not our own Magnus, whose valor has been equal to his fortune, present Theophanes the Mytilenean, a relater of his actions, with the freedom of the city in an assembly of the soldiers? And those brave men, our countrymen, soldiers and country-bred men as they were, still being moved by the sweetness of glory, as if they were to some extent partakers of the same renown, showed their approbation of that action with a great shout. Therefore, I suppose, if Archias were not a Roman citizen, according to the laws, he could not have contrived to get presented with the freedom of the city by some general. Sylla, when he was giving it to the Spaniards and Gauls, would, I suppose, have refused him if he had asked for it. A man whom we ourselves saw in the public assembly, when a bad poet of the common people had put a book in his hand, because he had made an epigram on him with every other verse too long, immediately ordered some of the things which he was selling at the moment to be given him as a reward, on condition of not writing anything more about him for the future. Would not he, who thought the industry of a bad poet still worthy of some reward, have sought out the genius and excellence and copiousness in writing of this man? What more need I say? Could he not have obtained the freedom of the city from Quintus Metellus Pius, his own most intimate friend, who gave it to many men, either by his own request or by the intervention of the Luculi, especially when Metellus was so anxious to have his own deeds celebrated in writing, that he gave his attention willingly to poets born even at Cordova, whose poetry had a very heavy and foreign flavor. For this should not be concealed, which cannot possibly be kept in the dark, but it might be avowed openly. We are all influenced by a desire of praise, and the best men are the most especially attracted by glory. Those very philosophers, even in the books which they write about despising glory, put their own names on the title page. In the very act of recording their contempt for renown and notoriety, they desire to have their own names known and talked of. Decimus Brutus, the most excellent citizen and consummate general, adorned the approaches to his temples and monuments with the verses of Attius. And lately that great man Fulvius, who fought with the Aetolians, having Ennius for his companion, did not hesitate to devote the spoils of Mars to the Muses. Wherefore, in a city in which generals, almost in arms, have paid respect to the name of poets and to the temples of the Muses, these judges in the garb of peace ought not to act in a manner inconsistent with the honor of the Muses and the safety of poets. And that you may do that the more willingly, I will now reveal my own feelings to you, O judges, and I will make a confession to you of my own love of glory, too eager perhaps, but still honorable. For this man has, in his verses, touched upon and begun the celebration of the deeds which we, in our consulship, did in union with you, for the safety of this city and empire, and in defense of the life of the citizens and of the whole republic. And when I had heard his commencement, because it appeared to me to be a great subject, and at the same time an agreeable one, I encouraged him to complete his work. For virtue seeks no other reward for its labors and its dangers beyond that of praise and renown. And if that be denied to it, what reason is there, O judges, why, in so small and brief a course of life as is allotted to us, we should impose such labors on ourselves? Certainly, if the mind had no anticipations of posterity, and if it were to confine all its thoughts within the same limits as those by which the space of our lives is bounded, it would neither break itself with such severe labors, nor would it be tormented with such cares and sleepless anxiety, nor would it so often have to fight for its very life. At present there is a certain virtue in every good man, which night and day stirs up the mind with the stimulus of glory, and reminds it that all mention of our name will not cease at the same time with our lives, but that our fame will endure to all posterity. Do we all who are occupied in the affairs of the state, and who are surrounded by such perils and dangers in life, appear to be so narrow-minded as, though to the last of our lives we have never passed one tranquil or easy moment, to think that everything will perish at the same time as ourselves? Ought we not, when many most illustrious men have, with great care, collected and left behind them statues and images, representations not of their minds but of their bodies, much more to desire to leave behind us a copy of our counsels and of our virtues, wrought and elaborated by the greatest genius? I thought at the very moment of performing them that I was scattering and disseminating all the deeds which I was performing, all over the world for the eternal recollection of nations. And whether that delight is to be denied to my soul after death, or whether, as the wisest men have thought, it will affect some portion of my spirit, at all events I am at present delighted with some such idea and hope. Preserve, then, O judges, a man of such virtue as that of Archias, which you see testified to you not only by the worth of his friends, but by the length of time during which they have been such to him, and of such genius as you ought to think is his, when you see that it has been sought by most illustrious men. And his cause is one which is approved of by the benevolence of the law, by the authority of his municipality, by the testimony of Lucullus, and by the documentary evidence of Metellus. And as this is the case, we do entreat you, O judges, if there may be any weight attached, I will not say to human, but even to divine recommendation in such important matters, to receive under your protection that man who has, at all times, done honor to your generals, and to the exploits of the Roman people, who even in these recent perils of our own, and in your domestic dangers, promises to give an eternal testimony of praise in our favor, and who forms one of that band of poets who have at all times and in all nations been considered and called holy, so that he may seem relieved by your humanity, rather than overwhelmed by your severity. The things which, according to my custom, I have said briefly and simply, O judges, I trust have been approved by all of you. Those things which I have spoken, without regarding the habits of the forum or judicial usage, both concerning the genius of the man and my own zeal in his behalf, I trust have been received by you in good part. That they have been so by him who presides at this trial, I am quite certain. End of section 79. Section 80 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. The Fourth Philippic, by Marcus Tullius Cicero. Delivered to the people in the Roman Forum against Antony. The great numbers in which you are here met this day, O Romans, and this assembly, greater than, it seems to me, I ever remember, inspires me with both an exceeding eagerness to defend the Republic, and with a great hope of re-establishing it. Although my courage indeed has never failed, what has been unfavorable is the time, and the moment that has appeared to show any dawn of light, I at once have been the leader in the defense of your liberty. And if I had attempted to have done so before, I should not be able to do so now. For this day, O Romans, that you may not think it is but a trifling business in which we have been engaged, the foundations have been laid for future actions. For the Senate has no longer been content with styling Antonius an enemy in words, but it has shown by actions that it thinks him one. And now I am much more elated still, because you too, with such great unanimity and with such a clamor, have sanctioned our declaration that he is an enemy. And indeed, O Romans, it is impossible but that either the men must be impious, who have levied armies against the consul, or else that he must be an enemy against whom they have rightly taken arms. And this doubt the Senate has this day removed. Not, indeed, that there really was any, but it has prevented the possibility of there being any. Caius Caesar, who has upheld, and who is still upholding the Republic and your freedom by his zeal and wisdom, and at the expense of his patrimonial estate, has been complimented with the highest praises of the Senate. I praise you, yes, I praise you greatly, O Romans, when you follow with the most grateful minds the name of that most illustrious youth, or rather boy, for his actions belong to immortality, the name of youth only to his age. I can recollect many things. I have heard of many things. I have read of many things. But in the whole history of the whole world, I have never known anything like this. For when we were weighed down with slavery, when the evil was daily increasing, when we had no defense, while we were in dread of the pernicious and fatal return of Marcus Antonius from Brundusium, this young man adopted the design which none of us had ventured to hope for, which beyond all question none of us were acquainted with, of raising an invincible army of his father's soldiers, and so hindering the frenzy of Antonius, spurred on as it was by the most inhuman counsels, from the power of doing mischief to the Republic. For who is there who does not see clearly that if Caesar had not prepared an army, the return of Antonius must have been accompanied by our destruction? For in truth he returned in such a state of mind, burning with hatred of you all, stained with the blood of the Roman citizens, whom he had murdered at Suessa and at Brundusium, that he thought of nothing but the utter destruction of the Republic. And what protection could have been found for your safety and for your liberty, if the army of Caius Caesar had not been composed of the bravest of his father's soldiers? And with respect to his praises and honors, and he is entitled to divine and everlasting honors for his godlike and undying services, the Senate has just consented to my proposals and has decreed that a motion be submitted to it at the very earliest opportunity. Now who is there who does not see that by this decree Antonius has been adjudged to be an enemy? For what else can we call him, when the Senate decides that extraordinary honors are to be devised for those men who are leading armies against him? What? Did not the martial legion, which appears to me, by some divine permission, to have derived its name from that god from whom we have heard that the Roman people descended, decide by its resolutions that Antonius was an enemy before the Senate had come to any resolution? For if he be not an enemy, we must inevitably decide that those men who have deserted the consul are enemies. Admirably and seasonably, O Romans, have you by your cries sanctioned the noble conduct of the men of the martial legion, who have come over to the authority of the Senate, to your liberty, and to the whole Republic, and have abandoned that enemy and robber and parricide of his country. Nor did they display only their spirit and courage in doing this, but their caution and wisdom also. They encamped at Alba, in a city convenient, fortified, near, full of brave men and loyal and virtuous citizens. The 4th Legion, imitating the virtue of this martial legion, under the leadership of Lucius Egnatulius, whom the Senate deservedly praised a little while ago, has also joined the army of Caius Caesar. What more adverse decisions, O Marcus Antonius, can you want? Caesar, who has levied an army against you, is extolled to the skies. The legions are praised in the most complimentary language, which have abandoned you, which were sent for into Italy by you, and which, if you had chosen to be a consul rather than an enemy, were wholly devoted to you. And the fearless and honest decision of those legions is confirmed by the Senate, is approved of by the whole Roman people, unless, indeed, you today, O Romans, decide that Antonius is a consul and not an enemy. I thought, O Romans, that you did think as you show you do. What? Do you suppose that the municipal towns and the colonies and the prefectures have any other opinion? All men are agreed with one mind, so that every one who wishes the state to be saved must take up every sort of arms against that pestilence. What? I should like to know. Does the opinion of Decimus Brutus, O Romans, which you can gather from his edict, which has this day reached us, appear to any one deserving of being lightly esteemed? Rightly and truly do you say no, O Romans, for the family and name of Brutus has been by some especial kindness and liberality of the immortal gods given to the Republic, for the purpose of at one time establishing and at another of recovering the liberty of the Roman people. What, then, has been the opinion which Decimus Brutus has formed of Marcus Antonius? He excludes him from his province. He opposes him with his army. He rouses all Gaul to war, which is already roused of his own accord, and in consequence of the judgment which it has itself formed. If Antonius be consul, Brutus is an enemy. Can we then doubt which of these alternatives is the fact? And just as you now with one mind and one voice affirm that you entertain no doubt, so did the Senate just now decree that Decimus Brutus deserved excellently well of the Republic, inasmuch as he was defending the authority of the Senate and the liberty and empire of the Roman people. Defending it against whom? Why, against an enemy. For what other sort of defense deserves praise? In the next place, the province of Gaul is praised, and is deservedly complimented in most honorable language by the Senate for resisting Antonius. But if that province considered him the consul, and still refused to receive him, it would be guilty of great wickedness. For all the provinces belong to the consul of right, and are bound to obey him. Decimus Brutus, imperator and consul-elect, a citizen born for the Republic, denies that he is consul. Gaul denies it. All Italy denies it. The Senate denies it. You deny it. Who, then, thinks that he is consul except a few robbers? Although even they themselves do not believe what they say, nor is it possible that they should differ from the judgment of all men, impious and desperate men though they be. But the hope of plunder and booty blinds their minds, men whom no gifts of money, no allotment of land, nor even that interminable auction has satisfied, who have proposed to themselves the city, the properties, and fortunes of all the citizens as their booty, and who, as long as there is something for them to seize and carry off, think that nothing will be wanting to them, among whom Marcus Antonius, O ye immortal gods, avert, I pray you, and efface this omen, has promised to divide this city. May things rather happen, O Romans, as you pray that they should, and may the chastisement of this frenzy fall on him and on his friend. And indeed I feel sure that it will be so, for I think that at present not only men, but the immortal gods have all united together to preserve this republic. For if the immortal gods foreshow us the future by means of portents and prodigies, then it has been openly revealed to us that punishment is near at hand to him, and liberty to us. Or if it was impossible for such unanimity on the part of all men to exist without the inspiration of the gods, in either case, how can we doubt as to the inclinations of the heavenly deities? It only remains, O Romans, for you to persevere in the sentiments which you at present display. I will act, therefore, as commanders are in the habit of doing when their army is ready for battle, who, although they see their soldiers ready to engage, still address an exhortation to them, and in like manner I will exhort you, who are already eager and burning to recover your liberty. You have not, indeed, O Romans, to war against an enemy with whom it is possible to make peace on any terms whatever, for he does not now desire your slavery, as he did before, but he is angry now and thirsts for your blood. No sport appears more delightful to him than bloodshed and slaughter and the massacre of citizens before his eyes. You have not, O Romans, to deal with a wicked and profligate man, but with an unnatural and savage beast, and since he has fallen into a well, let him be buried in it. For if he escapes out of it, there will be no inhumanity of torture which it will be possible to avoid. But he is at present hemmed in, pressed, and besieged by those troops which we already have, and will soon be still more so by those which in a few days the new consuls will levy. Apply yourselves then to this business as you are doing. Never have you shown greater unanimity in any cause. Never have you been so cordially united with the Senate. And no wonder, for the question now is not in what condition we are to live, but whether we are to live at all, or to perish with torture and ignominy. Although nature indeed has appointed death for all men, yet valor is accustomed to ward off any cruelty or disgrace in death, and that is an inalienable possession of the Roman race and name. Preserve, I beseech you, O Romans, this attribute which your ancestors have left you as a sort of inheritance. Although all other things are uncertain, fleeting, transitory, virtue alone is planted firm with very deep roots. It cannot be undermined by any violence. It can never be moved from its position. By it your ancestors first subdued the whole of Italy, then destroyed Carthage, overthrew Numantia, and reduced the most mighty kings and most warlike nations under the dominion of this empire. And your ancestors, O Romans, had to deal with an enemy who had also a republic, a senate house, a treasury, harmonious and united citizens, and with whom, if fortune had so willed it, there might have been peace and treaties on settled principles. But this enemy of yours is attacking your republic, but has none himself, is eager to destroy the Senate, that is to say, the council of the whole world, but has no public council himself. He has exhausted your treasury, and has none of his own. For how can a man be supported by the unanimity of his citizens who has no city at all? And what principles of peace can there be with that man who is full of incredible cruelty and destitute of faith? The whole, then, of the contest, O Romans, which is now before the Roman people, the conqueror of all nations, is with an assassin, a robber, a Spartacus, For as to his habitual boast of being like Catalina, he is equal to him in wickedness, but inferior in energy. He, though he had no army, rapidly levied one. This man has lost that very army which he had. As, therefore, by my diligence and the authority of the Senate, and your own zeal and valor, you crushed Catalina, so you will very soon hear that this infamous piratical enterprise of Antonius has been put down by your own perfect and unexampled harmony with the Senate, and by the good fortune and valor of your armies and generals. I, for my part, as far as I am able to labor, and to effect anything by my care and exertions and vigilance and authority and counsel, will omit nothing which I may think serviceable to your liberty. Nor could I omit it without wickedness, after all your most ample and honorable kindness to me. However, on this day, encouraged by the motion of a most gallant man, and one most firmly attached to you, Marcus Servilius, whom you see before you, and his colleagues also, most distinguished men and most virtuous citizens, and partly, too, by my advice and my example, we have, for the first time, after a long interval, fired up again with a hope of liberty. End of section 80. Section 81 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Section 81, The Courage of Leadership, by Champ Clark, 1850 to blank. Under the Act of Congress which invites the states to present memorials of their most noted historical characters to be preserved in the Capitol, the busts of Thomas H. Benton and Francis P. Blair were presented by Missouri to the United States on February 4, 1899. Congressman Champ Clark of the 9th Missouri District, one of the orators selected to speak for the state, devoted his attention to Blair. As another volume of this work contains Blair's analysis of Benton's character, Mr. Clark's analysis of the qualities which made Blair himself a leader is given here. Mr. Clark was born near Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, March 7, 1850. He was educated at the Kentucky University, Bethany College, West Virginia, and at the Cincinnati Law School. In 1873 through 1874, he was president of the first normal school established in West Virginia, and when he came to Missouri in 1875, it was to serve as principal of the high school at Louisiana. In 1876, he gave up teaching for the practice of law. He was elected to Congress in 1892 and has been re-elected at each succeeding election. The Courage of Leadership. From the address delivered February 4, 1899, at the presentation by Missouri to the United States of the busts of Thomas H. Benton and Francis P. Blair. In the outskirts of Louisiana, Missouri, stand 4 immense sugar trees, which, if the Druidical religion were in vogue in the Mississippi Valley, would be set aside as objects of worship by Democrats. They form the corners of a rectangle about large enough for a speaker's platform. Beneath their grateful shadow, with the Father of Waters behind him, the eternal hills in front of him, the blue sky above his head, in the presence of a great and curious concourse of people, Frank Blair made the first Democratic speech delivered in Missouri after the close of the Civil War. Excitement was intense. Armed men of all shades of opinion abounded on every hand. When Blair arose to speak, he unbuckled his pistol belt and coolly laid 2 Navy revolvers on the table. He prefaced his remarks as follows. Fellow citizens, I understand that I am to be killed here today. I have just come out of 4 years of that sort of business. If there is to be any of it here, it had better be attended to before the speaking begins. That calm but pregnant exordium has perhaps no counterpart in the entire range of oratory. Quote, there was silence deep as death, and the boldest held his breath for a time. End quote. He then proceeded with his speech, but had not been going more than 5 minutes until a man of gigantic proportions started toward him, shaking his huge fist and shouting, "He's an errant rebel! Take him out! Take him out!" Blair stopped, looked the man in the face, crooked his finger at him, and said, "You come and take me out," which put an end to the episode, for the man who was yelling, "Take him out," suddenly realized that Blair's index finger, which was beckoning him on, would soon be pressing the trigger of one of those pistols if he did go on, and he prudently declined Blair's invitation. He got through that day without bloodshed, but when he spoke at Warrensburg a little later, he had not proceeded a quarter of an hour before a prominent citizen, sitting on the speaker's stand, started toward Blair with a pistol in his hand, and with a mighty oath yelling, "That statement is a lie!" which instantly precipitated a free fight in which 1 man was killed and several severely wounded. Blair went on with his speech amid ceaseless interruptions. I know a venerable, mild-mannered Christian statesman, now in this very capital, who for 2 mortal hours of that pandemonium stood with his hand upon his revolver, ready to shoot down any man who assaulted Blair. Afterwards, Blair was advertised to speak at Marshall in Saline County. On the day of his arrival, an armed mob was organized to prevent him from speaking, and an armed body of Democrats swore he should. A collision occurred, resulting in a regular pitched battle in which several men lost their lives and others were badly injured. But Blair made his speech. One night, he was speaking in Lucas Marketplace, in St. Louis, when a man in the crowd, not 20 feet from the stand, pointed a revolver directly at him. Friendly hands interposed to turn the aim skywards. "Let him shoot if he dare," said Blair, gazing coolly at his would-be murderer. "If I am wrong, I ought to be shot, but this man is not the proper executioner." The fellow was hustled from the audience. Amid such scenes he toured the state from the Des Moines River to the Arkansas line, and from the Mississippi to the mouth of the raging Kaw. The man who did that had a lion's heart in his breast. The old Latin dictum runs, "Poeta nascitur, non fit." The same is true of the leader of men. He is born, not made. What constitutes the quality of leadership, Mr. Speaker? You do not know. I do not know. None of us knows. No man can tell. Talent, genius, learning, courage, eloquence, greatness in many fields we may define with something approximating exactness. But who can inform us as to the constituent elements of leadership? We all recognize the leader the moment we behold him, but what entitles him to that distinction is, and perhaps must forever remain one of the unsolved mysteries of psychology. Talent, even genius, does not make a man a leader, for some men of the profoundest talents, others of the most dazzling genius, have been servile followers, and have debased their rich gifts from God to the flattery of despots. Most notable among those was Lord Bacon, the father of the inductive philosophy, who possessed the most exquisite intellect ever housed in a human skull, with a spirit so abject, so groveling, that he was not unjustly described in that blistering, scornful couplet by Alexander Pope: "If parts allure thee, think how Bacon shined, the wisest, brightest, meanest of mankind." Courage is not synonymous with the quality of leadership, though necessary to it, for some of the bravest soldiers that ever met death upon the battlefield and defied him to his face were amazingly lacking in that regard. Learning does not render a man a leader, for some of the greatest scholars of whom history tells were wholly without influence over their fellow men. Eloquence does not make a leader, for some of the world's greatest orators, among them Cicero, have been the veriest cravens, and no craven can lead men. Indeed, eloquence, learning, talents, genius, courage, all combined do not make a leader. But whatever the quality is, people recognize it instinctively, and inevitably follow the man who possesses it. Frank Blair was a natural leader. Yet during his career there were finer scholars in Missouri than he, though he was an excellent scholar, a graduate from Princeton. There were more splendid orators, though he ranked with the most convincing and persuasive. There were profounder lawyers, though he stood high at the bar. There were better mixers, though he was of cordial and winning manners. There were men, perhaps, of stronger mental force, though he was amply endowed with brains, so good a judge of human nature as Abraham Lincoln's saying of him, quote, "He has abundant talents," end quote. There were men as brave, though he was of the bravest, but as a leader he overtopped them all. Believing sincerely that human slavery was wrong per se, and that it was of most evil to the states where it existed, he fought it tooth and nail, not from sympathy for the Negroes, so much as from affection for the whites, and created the Republican Party in Missouri before the Civil War, a most hazardous performance in that day and latitude. At its close, when in his judgment his party associates had become the oppressors of the people and the enemies of liberty, he left them, and lifting in his mighty arms the democracy which lay bleeding and swooning in the dust, he breathed into its nostrils the breath of life. This man was of the stuff out of which martyrs are made, and he would have gone grimly, undauntedly, unflinchingly, and defiantly to the block, the scaffold, or the stake, in defense of any cause which he considered just. Though he was imperious, tempestuous, dogmatic, and impetuous, though no danger could swerve him from the path of duty, though he gave tremendous blows to his antagonists, and received many of the same kind, he had infinite compassion for the helpless and the weak, and to the end his heart remained tender as a little child's. End of section 81. Section 82 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. A Rhapsody by Cassius Marcellus Clay, 1810 to blank. as a representative of the fierce devotion to the Union, which, antagonizing an equally fierce devotion to the South, made the Civil War in Kentucky so bloody, Cassius M. Clay was one of the most noted characters of the border states, from the repeal of the Missouri Compromise to the surrender at Appomattox. He was born in Madison County, Kentucky, October 19th, 1810. His opposition to slavery and his absolute fearlessness in proclaiming his opinions in the face of an intensely hostile community gave him a standing in the Republican Party which resulted in his selection as minister to Russia during President Lincoln's administration. He lived to extreme age. A Rhapsody. I may be an enthusiast, but I cannot give utterance to the conceptions of my own mind. When I look upon the special developments of European civilization, when I contemplate the growing freedom of the cities and the middle class which has sprung up between the pretenders to divine rule on the one hand and the abject serf on the other, when I consider the Reformation and the invention of the press, and see on the southern shore of the continent a humble individual, amidst untold difficulties and repeated defeats, pursuing the mysterious suggestions which the mighty deep poured unceasingly upon his troubled spirit, till at last, with great and irrepressible energy of soul, he discovered that there lay in the far western ocean a continent open for the infusion of those elementary principles of liberty which were dwarfed in European soil. I conceive that the hand of destiny was there. When I see the immigration of the pilgrims from the chalky shores of England, in the night fleeing from their native home, so dramatically and ably pictured by Mr. Webster in his celebrated oration, when father, mother, brother, wife, sister, lover, were all lost by those melancholy wanderers, stifling, in the language of one who is immortal in the conception, the mighty hunger of the heart, and landing amidst cold and poverty and death upon the rude rocks of Plymouth, I venture to think the will of deity was there. When I have remembered the Revolution of 76, the 7 Years' War, 3 millions of men in arms against the most powerful nation in history, and vindicating their independence, I have thought that their sufferings and death were not in vain. When I have seen the forsaken hearthstone, looked upon the battlefield, upon the dying and the dead, heard the agonizing cry, "Water! For the sake of God, water!" Seeing the dissolution of being, pale lips pressing in death, the yet loved images of wife, sister, lover, I have not deemed, I will not deem all these things in vain. I cannot regard this great continent, reaching from the Atlantic to the far Pacific, and from the St. John's to the Rio del Norte, as the destined home of a barbarian people of third-rate civilization. Like the Roman who looked back upon the glory of his ancestors, in woe exclaiming, quote, "Great Scipio's ghost complains that we are slow, and Pompey's shade walks unavenged among us." End quote. The great dead hover around me. Lawrence, quote, "Don't give up the ship." End quote. Henry, quote, "Give me liberty or give me death." End quote. Adams, quote, "Survive or perish. I am for the Declaration." End quote. Allen, quote, "In the name of the living God, I come." End quote. Come then, thou eternal, who dwellest not in temples made with hands, but who in the city's crowd or by the far forest stream revealest thyself to the earnest seeker after the true and right, inspire my heart. Give me undying courage to pursue the promptings of my spirit, and whether I shall be called in the shades of life to look upon as sweet and kind and lovely faces as now, or, shut in by sorrow and night, horrid visions shall gloom upon me in my dying hour. O my country, mayest thou yet be free! End of section 82. Section 83 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Aspirations for the Union by Cassius M. Clay. While the Union lasts amid these fertile, verdant fields, these ever-flowing rivers, these stately groves, this genial, healthful clime, this old Kentucky land, hallowed by the blood of our sires, endeared by the beauty of her daughters, illustrious by the valor and eloquence of her sons, the center of a most glorious empire, guarded by a cordon of states garrisoned by freemen, girt round by the rising and setting seas, we are the most blessed of all people. Let the Union be dissolved, let that line be drawn where it must be drawn, and we are a border state. In time of peace, with no outlet to the ocean, the highway of nations, our miserable dependency, in time of war, the battleground of more than Indian warfare, of civil strife and indiscriminate slaughter, and then, worse than the Spanish provinces, we shall contend not for glory or renown, but like the aborigines of old, for a contemptible life and miserable subsistence. Let me not see it among those proud courts and lordly coteries of Europe's pride, where 50 years ago we were regarded as petty provinces unknown to ears polite. Let me go forth great in the name of an American citizen. Let me point them to our statesmen and the laws and government of their creation, the rapid advance of political science, the monuments of their fame, now the study of all Europe. Let them look at our rapidly increasing and happy population, see our canals and turnpikes and railroads, stretching over more space than combined Britain and continental Europe have reached by the same means. Let them send their philanthropists to learn of our penitentiary systems, our schools, and our civil institutions. Let them behold our skill in machinery, in steamboat and shipbuilding. Let them hail the most gallant ship that breasts the mountain wave, and she shall wave from her flagstaff the stars and stripes. These are the images which I cherish, this the nation which I honor, and never will I throw one pebble in her track to jostle the footsteps of her glorious march. End of section 83. Section 84 of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. America as a Moral Force, by Cassius M. Clay. How many, like the great Emmet, have died and left only a great name to attract our admiration for their virtues, and our regret for their untimely fall, to excite to deeds which they would but could not effect. But what has Washington left behind, save the glory of a name? The independent mind, the conscious pride, the ennobling principle of the soul, a nation of freemen. What did he leave? He left us to ourselves. This is the sum of our liberties, the first principle of government, the power of public opinion, the only permanent power on earth. When did a people flourish like Americans? Yet where, in a time of peace, has more use been made of the pen, or less with the sword of power? When did a religion flourish like the Christian, since they have done away with intolerance? Since men have come to believe that physical force cannot affect the immortal part, and that religion is between the conscience and the Creator only. He of 622, who with the sword propagated his doctrines through Arabia and the greater part of the barbarian world, against the power of whose tenets the physical force of all Christendom was opposed in vain, under the effective operations of freedom of opinion, is fast passing the way of all error. Napoleon, the contemporary of our Washington, is fast dying away from the lips of men. He who shook the whole civilized earth, who, in an age of knowledge and concert among nations, held the world at bay, at whose exploits the imagination becomes bewildered, who, in the eve of his glory, was honored with the pathetic appellation of, quote, the last lone captive of millions in war, end quote, even he is now known only in history. The vast empire was fast tumbling to ruins while he yet held the sword. He passed away and left no successor there. The unhallowed light which obscured is gone, but brightly beams yet the name of Washington. This freedom of opinion, which has done so much for the political and religious liberty of America, has not been confined to this continent. People of other countries begin to inquire, to examine, to reason for themselves. Error has fled before it, and the most inveterate prejudices are dissolved and gone. Such an unlimited remedy has, in some cases, indeed, apparently proved injurious, but the evil is to be attributed to the peculiarity of the attendant circumstances or the ill-timed application. Let us not force our tenets upon foreigners, for if we subject opinion to coercion, who shall be our inquisitors? No, let us do as we have done, as we are now doing, and then call upon the nations to examine, to scrutinize, and to condemn. No, they cannot look upon America today and pity, for the gladdened heart disclaims all woe. They cannot look upon her and deride, for genius and literature and science are soaring above the high places of birth and pageantry. They cannot look upon us and defy, for the hearts of 13 millions are warm in virtuous emulation. Their arms steeled in the cause of their country. Her productions are wafted to every shore. Her flag is seen waving in every sea. She has wrested the glorious motto from the once queen of the sea, and high on our banner, by the stars and stripes, is seen, quote, Columbia needs no bulwark, no towers along the steep. Her march is o'er the mountain wave. Her home is on the deep. End quote. End of section 84.
Section 85 of the World's Best Orations, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ren Hua. The World's Best Orations, Volume 3. Clement C. Clay, The Sub-Treasury Bill. Clement C. Clay, Sr., 1789 to 1866. The United States Senator from Alabama in 1837, Clement C. Clay, opposed the financial policies advocated by Henry Clay of Kentucky and made what was considered at the time one of the most effective speeches during the debate on the sub-treasury bill of that year. He was born in Halifax County, Virginia, December 17, 1789. After his graduation at the University of East Tennessee, he was admitted to the bar and removed to Huntsville, Alabama, becoming prominent as a lawyer and public man. He served as a member of the Territorial Council of Alabama, as a judge of the Circuit Court, as a Chief Justice of Alabama, Speaker of the State Legislature, Member of Congress, Governor of Alabama, and as United States Senator from 1837 till 1842. The Sub-Treasury Bill of 1837, from a speech in the United States Senate, October 4, 1837. Mr. President, I confess, sir, when this delicate and important subject was first brought forward, I had some hesitation, some doubt, as to its probable tendency. But the more I have reflected, deliberated, investigated the subject, the better I have become satisfied that its effects will be salutary, in regard to the immediate interests of the government itself, and that they will not be pernicious, but, on the contrary, beneficial to the interests of the people, our constituents. As the measure was at first proposed by the Committee on Finance, I apprehended the disconnection, divorce, if you choose, of the government from the banks would be too sudden and would consequently cripple the banks and occasion a shock in the monetary affairs of the country generally. But, sir, these apprehensions have been obviated and removed by the amendment offered by the Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Calhoun, as it is now modified. Under that amendment, the bills of such banks as now pay specie, or as may think proper to resume specie payments, will be receivable in payment, and to the full amount of all public dues for customs, lands, etc., till the 1st of January, 1839. Thereafter, 3/4 of such public dues till the 1st of January, 1840, thereafter 1/2 till the 1st of January, 1841, and thereafter 1/4 till the 1st of January, 1842. Here, then, is inducement, held out to the banks now paying, to continue, and to such as have stopped, to resume, specie payments. We say to them, in effect, we invite you to resume specie payments, show that you are solvent, that your notes are convertible into specie when desirable, and we will receive them in payment for public lands, and for all other revenue. In the strong language of some of the gentlemen who have addressed us, do this, and we will endorse your notes. What stronger motive could be held out to such banking institutions as are solvent, honest, and desirous to effectuate the purposes of their creation. If the public interest and convenience be the object of bank directors, as legitimately they ought, would they not, by responding to this invitation and offer on our part, give greater value to their paper, give it a wider circulation, and adapt it to the use and interest of the community? And would not such banks as resumed at once derive all the advantages of superior credit, furnish the circulating medium, and do the business of the country, to the exclusion of such as failed or refused to comply? The answer is palpable. No man can doubt on these questions. Again, sir, the change in the mode of collecting the public revenue, in the kind of money receivable for it, will be so gradual as to occasion no shock whatever to the credit of the banks or to the commercial community. Before we entirely discontinue receiving bank paper, more than 4 years will have elapsed. All this time will be allowed for the banks and the merchants to adapt their business to the new system contemplated and to conform their business to the new state of things. It will give time for the state legislatures to regulate their banking institutions, so as, in future, to prevent over-issues of paper, to restrain them from generating or encouraging a spirit of overtrading and inordinate speculation, to restrain them from making promises they cannot redeem, thus restoring to the country a sound circulating medium, the just equilibrium of trade and business of every description. Moreover, we ourselves shall have time to see how the new system works, to check its velocity, if it be too great, or accelerate it, if it be too slow, and modify it in all respects as its results may indicate to be safe and expedient. As already shown, no change in the description of funds receivable for public dues will take place for the next 15 months. For the year 1839, a reduction of 1/4. For 1840, 1/2 may be paid in specie paying bank paper, and so on to the consummation of the plan. If it be discovered that the policy operates injuriously, there will be ample time to amend or modify it. But, sir, I have no apprehension that any injurious result will follow the adoption of this measure. The chief embarrassments of the community have arisen out of inordinate expansions of the circulating medium, excessive accommodations, begetting extravagance and reckless speculations, and then sudden contractions, withdrawals of those enormous loans, reductions of the amount of circulation, and thus, almost in a moment, reducing the value of property 1/3, sometimes 1/2. The government deposits have, doubtlessly, heretofore, nurtured and increased this propensity of all banks to excessive issues and accommodations. They have loaned out the public money as if their own, and when called upon to pay it over, they have been necessarily compelled to press and coerce payments from their borrowers, who had, in their turn, treated this borrowed money as their own, and have thus occasioned embarrassment, the sacrifice of property, and, in too many instances, the impoverishment and ruin of their customers. To illustrate the correctness of these remarks, I need only refer you to the great pecuniary distress and embarrassment of communities around any of the banks, which have been large depositaries of the public money, compared with those remote from such institutions. If they have no large sums of public money on general deposit, on which to grant accommodations, they will know and understand better the proper limits to prescribe to their liberality. They will have no fluctuations, no augmentations, no diminutions of capital to mislead them. Their accommodations will be more uniform, and the amount of their circulation bear some relation to the amount of specie in their vaults. This being brought about, the value of produce and property of all descriptions will be more steady and uniform. We shall not have a Negro costing $1,000 or $1,500 today, sold 12 months hence to pay half the amount of consideration, land at one time worth $50 per acre, at another not more than 20, and our great staple one while commanding $25, and then not worth 8. Sir, the government ought always to be able to command its funds and have them ever ready to meet any exigency. Experience has taught us that this cannot be expected while we rely on banks. Gentlemen tell us that, although the state banks have failed to meet our expectations, we ought to continue their agency. They ask us, would we discontinue the use of steamboats because a boiler may sometimes explode and produce fatal results? By no means, sir, while care and skill may reasonably be expected to ensure safety and prevent such calamities. But, were we to discover that the machinery is entirely uncontrollable and the boiler liable to spontaneous combustion, carrying universal misery and death among the passengers and crew, in despite of all the science, vigilance, and fidelity of the engineer, would it be wise or prudent to trust ourselves on board? What would have been the situation of the country in May last, when the banks suspended specie payments, had we been involved in war with some powerful foreign enemy? Whatever might have been the emergency, we should not have been able to have commanded the resources of the nation. We might have been without $1 for the pay or subsistence of an army to resist the invaders. Our energies would have been crippled, and the most disastrous consequences might have followed. When we find that such is the unfortunate tendency of the experiment, as gentlemen choose to call it, it is time we should abandon it, by whomever instituted or approved heretofore. But, sir, was not the Bank of the United States an experiment, and has not that also failed to answer just expectation? No other government but our own ever did employ such a fiscal agent, with powers of the same magnitude. It was, indeed, a fearful experiment, and well nigh fatal in its results. Yet, the recharter of the late United States Bank, or the establishment of a new one, is now announced as the only efficient remedy, the sovereign panacea for existing evils. The senator from Kentucky, Mr. Clay, has, to my astonishment, gone so far as to identify the establishment of such an institution with the permanency of the Union. It would seem the question of a national bank is always portentous, involving consequences of a most alarming character. Shortly after the removal of the deposits from the late Bank of the United States, we were told by the same distinguished gentleman that we were then in the midst of a revolution, and the sentiment was responded to by the presses and politicians of the opposition from one end of the Union to the other. We were told, on the very floors of Congress, that the deposits must be restored, or a revolution was at hand. The same sentiment was announced when 2 members of Congress, during the same panic session, addressed an assembled multitude in Baltimore on Sunday. According to the newspapers of the day, it was said, by way of justification, there were no Sabbaths in revolutionary times. Sir, the subject of a national or United States bank cannot be touched without an attempt to produce excitement and agitation. It affords one of the most conclusive reasons against the establishment of such an institution, that it has the ability to produce such tremendous effects. The concentration of such an immense moneyed power in the hands of a few individuals is at war with our peace and quiet, too dangerous to our liberties. It would soon control all our elections, from the highest to the lowest, and direct the operations, nay, usurp the powers of the government itself. End of The World's Best Orations, Volume 3, by Avarice.